Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chair Shasti Conrad.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yes, thank you for being here. I am your chair, Shasti Conrad. So excited to be here. It is 9:30, and I am officially calling this meeting to order. I hope everyone has had a great weekend. I've been overjoyed to see all of you come together and learn. Yesterday we had such fantastic trainings, and we've had wonderful events with the welcome reception and the gala last night, and I just want to thank all of you for traveling in and being here today. We're going to have a fantastic, productive meeting today, and we appreciate your patience as we process everybody through security, and yeah, we're going to get started. All right, so before we get started, I would like to start by noting that we have a request today for folks to please not clap out of respect for delegates with sensory concerns. Instead, you can use forms of excitement such as hands up or similar. And additionally, before we begin any formal business, I need to appoint my temporary officers for today's meeting, and at least until we get to the election of the permanent chair. So for secretary, I'm appointing our state party secretary, Rob Dolan. For parliamentarian, our state party parliamentarian, a National Rules Committee member, and one of our representatives to the Democratic National Committee, David McDonald. I also want to quickly acknowledge those who are joining us on stage here today. With the addition to Rob Dolan and parliamentarian David McDonald, we also have the co-chairs of each of the committees of the convention. Credentials co-chairs Javier Valdez and Satin Desiree Arnett. Rules co-chair Tanisha Harris, and platform co-chairs Tom Gerard and Tess Fenner, as well as Washington State Democrats Senior Political Advisor Drew Eastup, who is here to provide support to the chair throughout today's proceedings. In addition, I would like to make the following additional appointments. For Sergeant at Arms, we have Heather Kurtenbach, Eddie Jezik, Azim Underwood, Jeff Strickler, John Thompson, Kat Pipkin, Bennett Massey-Helber, Charles Atkins, Aiden Espino, Colin Thrower, Carrie Barnes, Billy Hetherington, Matthew Hepner, Carol Brown, Adam Bartel, Gunnar Schubert, Connor Wells, Jamie Fackler, and Brett Andres, and Christina Carvalho. For timekeepers, we will be having our production team from Weymouth Watson. And for our tally committee, who will be helping you all vote virtually today, we have Eddie Chang, Deborah Vittel, Isabel Krohn-Barone, Matthew Sachs, Sahar Amini, Jim Stouffer, Julia Barcott, Laura Cruz, Karen Kellerman, Hamad Hashmi, and Gabe Valentine. So thank you everyone for your help today and making sure that this meeting goes smoothly. Thank you. And finally, I want to remind people that we have a packed agenda, and out of respect for our friends from Eastern Washington who need to drive home tonight, as well as our Union AV crew, we will be aiming to end this convention at 4 p.m. this afternoon and need to keep everything moving to make sure that we can get to that point. So with that, let's get started. Thank you.
Please welcome Josh Gable, Treasurer for the Snoqualmie Tribal Pipe.
Wiats and hello. Josh Gable Tidsta, Snoqualmie Fched. My name is Josh Gable, and I proudly serve the Snoqualmie Tribal Council. Yesterday, I spent a good part of the day on Lake Sammamish helping our youth prepare for the upcoming canoe journey at Pole to Puyallup. Today, it's my great honor to welcome you to the ancestral lands of my people for the 2024 Washington State Democratic Convention. So much is on the ballot this year that will determine the path for this country for generations to come. Whether it's bolstering the economy and offsetting inflation for all, making real strides in the fight against climate change and ecological degradation, or combating the behavioral health crises of addiction and mental health. Indian country is at the front lines of our biggest challenges to solve. Coast Salish tribes have always cared for these lands. It's crucial we respect tribal sovereignty by involving tribes in decisions that impact the lands we've called home since time immemorial. Our traditional ecological knowledge is vital in tackling climate impacts and protecting our environment, our home, and all those living therein. We need to transfer lands and management of lands to tribes so we can protect and restore them at scale. We urge the party to push for the principles of free, prior, and informed consent in every level of engagement with tribes, as it is key to ensuring tribal nations have a meaningful say in issues that affect them. To their credit, Democrats in Washington state are and have been focused on practical steps to building a greener and more equitable future. This means preserving and restoring ecologically critical areas and leading the charge in clean energy. We must keep the Climate Commitment Act in place. This law helps us reduce emissions and supports clean energy projects, especially in historically marginalized communities, including tribes. Keeping this law intact is crucial for a sustainable future. Despite our many headwinds, tribal citizens are gaining ground in education, equity, and the reclamation of ancestral lands. Collectively, tribes are a top 10 employer in this state. I want to thank Julie Johnson and all the organizers for the Native American Caucus for working hard to support current tribal leaders and those aspiring to represent our communities in the future. Groups like this ensure that the voices of our ancestors and future generations continue to be heard and respected. Thank you for meeting here today. We look forward to continuing this good work together to address the many real issues facing us. The ancestors have prepared us for and are with us in the fight ahead. Twa Gwalapu de Ishad, Dusayaya Yachalup. To all of you are my beloved people. All of you are my relations. May we be good relatives and elevate those who help us to plant seeds for trees we will not see, but our children and theirs will enjoy. Thank you.
Please welcome Palmira Figueroa and Pastor Jan Bolerjack.
Good morning. I'm going first, then the real deal is going to come. I'm going to start with a little phrase, and then I will introduce myself properly. It is only when you leave home that you understand where you are from. And it is only when you leave home that you understand where you want to go. Good morning again. It is really great to be here. Thanks for the invitation, Shasti. As it was already said, my name is Palmira Figueroa. I am an immigrant from Mexico that chose to come to this beautiful land 22 years ago. I am feeling gratitude to be here, surrounded by people that are engaged in our political system. Probably know many of you, but I've been hiding down there preparing for this. If I know you, thank you for all that you've done. If I don't, I also thank you for all that you've done and still do for the well-being of everyone in our state. I'm feeling compelled to take this opportunity to share my experience as an immigrant advocate for 22 years. And the ways I think the government and all of the work that you all do is so vital for the well-being of many families and children and individuals. As many of you know, thousands of asylum seekers have been crossing the borders for a long time now. The many tragedies of our world are pushing people. Things like climate change, war, drug cartels, authoritarian governments. And we see thousands of families getting out of their lands and into places they believe will be welcoming them. and they believe will embrace them in their journeys for safety and for the opportunities of a new life, just like me. My call to you today is to embrace this situation. People are here. They're our neighbors. They are living difficult situations because they left their countries mostly with anything, a lot of them, or most of them. They just come with what they have in their backpacks. We've seen families of 7 arrive with a pregnant mama, 5 children, and a husband, just looking for a place to stay because they believe they will be welcome here. So I've been working with Reverend Wellerjack, who will speak soon, for, I don't know, feels like 10 years, but I think it's been a year, in this situation. I've been an immigrant justice advocate for 22 years, and I've never seen anything like this. It is a tough situation. I never address it as a crisis or as a problem. I think it's wonderful that people choose our state to bring these beautiful children, or only adults, whatever, that they come with this hope that this land is going to feed them, that is going to nurture them, that is going to be the place where they find peace and a future. I think that's beautiful. I think migration is beautiful. So my invitation today for all of you is to be engaged in the conversation, to be engaged in a way that is humane, to take away those preconceived ideas that sometimes we have about who comes and how they come and what's the status that they have, and that we see them as humans and keep working together as possible to address the situation of housing and services and schooling and everything they need that they can have and should get in a state that is one of the richest states in the country. That's my invitation. I hope you take it. I really am thankful for the opportunity and for all the work that you do. It doesn't, I worked in government in the past, and I know it's hard. I know being engaged brings a lot of trouble too, and I am ready. I've been doing the good trouble for a long time. I keep doing it. I am engaged and happy to talk to any of you. If you want to talk to me after and you want more information or my email or my phone number, that's what I do. I talk to people. Thank you.
That's too tall. Sorry. No, it's good. Bon dia. Buenos dias. And there's a third language that I don't remember how to say. I've learned a little bit of the languages that are coming to us, not quickly enough, but we're trying. I left my church this morning. It's 20 minutes away from here. I left to babies waking up, to diapers being changed, to babies being nursed, to mamas, new mamas or almost new mamas trying to get up off the floor where they sleep side by side. 50 of them in a room, 100 of them in my church building, another 100 of them in a tent outside, and as you know, hundreds of them sleeping outside across the state. These folks traveled far and came to this land that they thought was a land of abundance and plenty and welcome, and was ready for the immigrant. Well, we're almost ready for the immigrant, but we're not ready for the asylum seeker. I learned the difference very quickly as these people started coming to my property, and I tried to find resources for them. None of our refugee agencies have resources for asylum seekers. This is a new type of person that we have coming to us. So over the last 18 months, 2,000 people have walked across the land that is also my residence of Riverton Park United Methodist Church in Tukwila. It's a small church. How did they find us? I don't know. But once the word got out, they come to us expecting to be cared for, to be welcomed, to be listened to be assisted, to launch into their new lives. And yet, 600 people share a 4-burner stove to cook all their meals. They share 7 showers and wait in line every day for showers. They pick up their mattresses every morning and put them down again at night, sleeping very close to people who often have been ill along the way and share that across the room. These folks smile, they laugh, they have fun together, and they cry, and they long for home. And they remember where they've come from, and they live out the trauma that they've experienced. And it's heartbreaking, and it's heartwarming. And I come to a place like Bellevue, where I see this massive room, and I think, wow, how many mats could we put on the floor here? How many people could sleep in this room? How many could we feed in this room? That's how I see the world these days, where there is the abundance, and yet people are living in a refugee camp in Tukwila. I'm proud that we can offer that, but I'm ashamed that that's who we are. Many of you have supported the efforts that Riverton Park in Tukwila has been a part of, and I'm grateful for that. Many of you have been unaware. How could you know? It's at the corner of 140th and Military Road. It's nowhere, and yet it's been home to so many, so quickly. Now they're starting to launch. We're starting to get noticed. The state has put some in its budget. Palmyra, did you say that?
I did not.
Oh, Palmyra was going to tell you
I'm sorry.
that there are 70 RFPs for the $32 million that the state has put in the budget. And what was the total?
75 million.
For $75 million. How will we divide up that $32 million among 70 agencies that want to work with these folks and need at least $75 million to do it minimally? It's an amazing problem. It's an amazing situation. It's a great opportunity. I invite you all to come and meet the folks at Riverton Park. Come see those who are camping in Kent, or even just look around your own neighborhoods and see who hasn't found a welcome yet. Will you receive this blessing? Creator of all that is good, defender of all that is just, helper of all who are in need, and provider of the abundance from which we all can share. Be in this place. Hover around in every heart and mind. Be a voice for the voiceless. Speak with languages all may understand. Bring the wisdom of past residents of this land and blend that with the hopes and dreams of those yet to come. May truth speak loud and clear, and all feel they have a voice among you. O God of many names, we place our trust in the goodness that you bring, so that we may be the ones that you call out to be your people. Amen.
Please stand for the presentation of the colors and the Pledge of Allegiance by the members of Girl Scout Troop 43176, and remain standing for the presentation of the national anthem by Seattle's own Paris Alexa.
Color guard dismissed. Color guard attention. Color guard advance and present the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Color guard dismissed.
Please be seated.
Okay, finally, was that wonderful? Thank you to the Girl Scouts and Paris Alexa. That was incredible. So before we dive into the proceedings, I want to make sure we are welcomed properly to the 1st Congressional District with our incredible Congresswoman, Suzanne DelBene. U.S. Representative Suzanne DelBene has been a champion for working families, the environment, and reproductive rights since she first represented the 1st Congressional District in Congress. Today, she is leading the charge on permanently expanding the child tax credit and legislation to build more than 500,000 affordable housing units to address the housing crisis through the House. Her Green Act was included in the Build Back Better Act and supercharged our nation's efforts to combat climate change. Not only is Representative DelBene fighting the good fight here in Washington, she is leading the effort to elect Democrats to the U.S. House of Representatives for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. No one knows better than Representative DelBene that the road to the speakership runs straight through Washington. We are proud to work with her to ensure that not only do we protect all 8 of Washington's Democratic House seats, but that we build inroads to grow our majority and elect Democrats up and down the ballot. Please help me welcome Congressmember Suzanne DelBene. Thank you. Woo.
Thanks, Shesti, and good morning, Democrats. It's great to see everyone here today. I hope you all have had a great time this weekend here in the 1st Congressional District. You know, it has been an honor for me to represent the 1st District and just to see the incredible progress that we have made over the years. The East Side, and when I say East Side, I mean East Side of the lake here, not East Side of the state, was a really competitive district when I first was elected. All of our state districts, incredibly competitive, and because of community outreach and ongoing work by many people in this room, we have been able to make the East Side a blue East Side. So thanks to you for that. It's a testament to your amazing work and folks working together to get to this point. Because of all of you, we've also elected some fantastic leaders right here in our region. And since we're in the 48th, and I also live in the 48th LD, and I know the 48th is back there somewhere. I just see lights, but I know you're all back there. We've elected some great leaders like our state senator, Patty Kuderer, and our state representatives, Vandana Slater and Amy Wallen. But across the East Side, we have incredible elected officials, and across the state, up and down the ticket because of all of your work. Washington State is a leader across the country in party organizing and making sure that we have strong policies that support everyone in our communities, our families, our workers, women, children, our seniors, our small business communities. So important, and that's why we've had such strength in our elected leaders. It's also why I know that we're gonna elect Bob Ferguson as our next governor, and we're gonna re-elect Maria Cantwell. But we are not a bright blue state. And it's important to remember that. We do have national battleground districts right here in Washington. As Shasti said, I am the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, or the DCCC, as we call it. And it's my job to make sure we take back the majority in the House of Representatives. And we are working every day to make sure that we take back the House. But we have an important role to play right here in our region. In the Northwest alone, we have 5 incumbent Democrats who are in competitive seats. 4 of those 5 are freshmen. They're running for their first re-election. Women, all women in our region. First, of course, we call them our frontliners. We have not the one who is not running for their first re-election, the incredible Dr. Kim Schreier. The 8th district, we also have Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, who flipped the seat in the 3rd district, running in one of the toughest seats across the country. So it's so important that we make sure that we re-elect both of them. In Oregon, Andrea Salinas, just on the other side of the river, also a new member running for her first re-election in a tough race. Val Hoyle down in the Eugene area running for her first re-election in a tough race. And of course, up in Alaska, part of our Northwest family, Mary Peltola, the first Democrat to represent Alaska in the House in over 50 years. So taking back the House, we can't add by subtracting, runs right here through our region. These seats have all been targeted by national Republicans. They know they need to flip them to keep Mike Johnson as their speaker, the most extreme speaker we've ever had, and we cannot allow that. We also have a great opportunity to pick up a seat, to flip a seat in Oregon with Janelle Bynum, a great candidate, and I'm excited to see us turn that seat blue, and blue again, by the way. And when I was first elected, I was the only woman at the time, the only Democratic woman in our House delegation. And now we have an incredible delegation of women in our region. And when I ran and was elected the first time, we only had 1 Democratic woman in the Oregon House delegation. And now we have incredible women. In fact, we might have in the House delegation in Oregon all women. So just incredible work for Democrats across our region. But we've seen what happens when Republicans are in charge. They have led a do-nothing Congress. In fact, I know folks call it the do-nothing Congress. I would argue it's the do-harm Congress that's mired in chaos, dysfunction, extremism, infighting. They're ignoring issues that matter to everyday families. Instead of focusing on important issues like lowering costs, they're peddling conspiracy theories and threatening to shut down the government over and over again. When Republicans do agree, It's to pursue an extreme agenda that would hold our economy hostage, deliver huge tax giveaways to the wealthy and the well-connected, cut Social Security and Medicare, attack our voting rights and undermine our democratic institutions, and take away our reproductive freedom. Tomorrow is the 2-year anniversary, a very difficult anniversary of the Dobbs decision. And we've already seen the terrible, dangerous impact that has had across the country. So that is an extreme, out of touch agenda that we know the majority of Americans do not agree with. I've been traveling all around the country, and I can tell you, the American people are with us. People constantly tell me they want to see governance work. They want leaders who are going to govern and focus on the issues that our families are facing. They want people to come together to solve problems, to move legislation forward. But I can tell you there are no moderate Republicans left in Congress, and definitely not in the House of Representatives. Any that had been there, they retired, they lost in primaries, or they lost any courage they had. The House of Representatives, Republican House, are run by the most extreme MAGA Republicans that they are. So we know we have an important job to do, because this election is about our rights, our freedoms, our democracy, and our future. And we all have a role to play in making sure we stand up for that. We need grassroots leaders like all of you to make sure we're successful. Every single one of you can make a difference between whether the House of Representatives is led by folks who put people over politics, or folks who are focused on waiting for Donald Trump to tell them what to do. Literally, sometimes dressing up like him and following him around and waiting to hear what they should do. So we are 44 days, not that anyone's counting, away from the primary. We are just over 4 months away from Election Day in November. And we are all in, every single one of us. We can leave nothing on the field. We have to roll up our sleeves and make sure we knock on as many doors as we can. We make as many phone calls as we can. We remind everyone how critical their sacred right to vote is and how important it is to make sure they turn in their ballots. Together, all of us together, are going to take back the House. We're going to make Hakeem Jeffries the next Speaker of the House. We're going to elect Bob Ferguson as our next governor. We're going to re-elect Maria Cantwell, and we are going to continue forward to stand up for the people in our communities, continue forward to stand up for our rights, our freedoms, our democracy, and build an incredible future. Thank you for all you're doing. Have a great time, and have a great rest of the convention.
Okay, hello, Democrats. Hello. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the 2024 Washington State Democratic Convention General Session. Happy Pride Month and happy belated Juneteenth. And to all who celebrate, I wish you all a happy and peaceful belated Eid al-Adha, Eid Mubarak. And not only do we have hundreds joining us here in person, but we also have hundreds of you joining virtually. So thank you, all of you who are online. My warmest welcome and deepest gratitude to all of you. Let me say a very special thank you to our delegation chairs. You all have carried the water and helped bring us to this moment. You did this, so thank you so much for all of your hard work and help in helping this be successful. So thank you. I also want to give a huge shout out to the staff, particularly Team Party Affairs. Drew and Isabella have been working their tails off for months to get us here. My second week on the job, Drew sent me the biggest email of my life about the DSAP and about this very convention. It has truly been a labor of love, and I think they deserve a standing ovation. So let's give it up for Isabella and Drew and the entire staff of the Washington State Democrats. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This being my first term, it is also my first opportunity to deliver the chair's report to all of you incredible delegates. And first, I want to hear some of your local pride. I know we've been doing this. I'm going to give us a little bit of permission to just make a little bit of noise for the next few minutes. When I call out your congressional district, let's hear your energy and excitement. I'd love to go by legislative district, but that might take 49 minutes, so we're not going to do that. But all right, here we go. So let's start right here in CD1. Let's hear it, CD1. Oh, great. CD1. All right, CD2. There we go. CD3? Yeah. CD4? Yeah. CD5? CD6? There, yeah. CD7?
Woo!
Hey. CD8? CD9? There we go. And CD10. Yeah. I love it. And listen to all that energy from every part of our state. I love being from this Washington, and I truly love being your chair. It's truly an honor. And I want to share with you a little bit about me, what we have accomplished this past year, what you all are a part of, and what we are going to do together to win this year. If this is your first time hearing from me, I want you to know just a little of my story so you know why I'm in this work and why I believe so much in our democratic family. I was born in Calcutta, India, adopted by a single mother where I grew up in a small town in Oregon. I was raised by my mom and grandma on a sheep farm, where my first job, you'll see there I am with where my first job was collecting chicken eggs from the coop. Traveling to rural Washington always fills my heart with childhood memories when I see our family farms in smaller towns. My mom and grandma taught me in both big and small ways the importance of community organizing and building at the speed of trust. I received a scholarship to Seattle University, and so I moved up here to Washington, and my mom trailed right behind, landing in the same house that I still live today in Snohomish County. The first thing I did when I moved up here was to intern with the Washington State Democrats. It was 2003. I became a part of an incredible intergenerational community that has been my base of support ever since. Now, 20 years later, I've been elected your chair to lead this incredible organization. As a WA-Dems intern, I poured my heart into the 2004 election. My high school classmates, some of them not being able to go to college, instead joined the military and were sent off to fight an unjust war in the Middle East. It felt like everything was on fire and everything was on the line. And then we lost. The fear and terror of continuing to live in a country that could re-elect George W. Bush set in. But there was a volunteer, an older black woman named Bertha McDaniels, who was the face of the party's front office for decades. And I remember her coming back to work the next day after the election and reminding us that the work continues, win or lose. But let me tell you, I'd much rather win. We have faced challenges that seemed insurmountable before. And every time we have taken our progress for granted, we have watched as the massive gains in this country get torn down and pulled back. I always say that it was the 66 million who didn't vote that gave us Donald Trump in 2016. And I want you to think back to that election night. I don't want to ever repeat that feeling that we had, that fear, that confusion. Then think about the election when we got the results in 2020, that we had done it, that we had elected Joe Biden as our president, that we had elected the first woman and person of color as vice president, that we survived to live another day to continue to fight for our democracy. This past year and a half, we at the state party have been doing everything we can to build upon the successes and expand our margins while also building a stronger and more representative party. My first trip as chair took me to every corner of our state. We left Seattle for Spokane. We drove through Pullman and Pasco with stops in Dayton and Walla Walla and Yakima before it was off to Vancouver and then up to Bellingham and then back down here to King County. I've now been to each of Washington's 39 counties, and I've truly seen that we have passionate Democrats in every single district. We proved that last year when the infrastructure was built in Eastern Washington, helped us flip Spokane and elect Mayor Lisa Brown. Yes. We proved that last year, we are investing in communities to secure wins across the state. That's why we hosted the party's first Rural Summit in Yakima last year and the first Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Gala dinner. It's why we work closely with young people through Washington High School Democrats and the Young Dems of Washington. We are also connecting these communities with allies targeting specific policy changes like the Alliance for Gun Responsibility, Puget Sound SAGE, and Southwest Washington Equity Coalition. Since becoming chair, I have spoken with dozens of local party organizations, traveled to every county in the state, and put forward investments of $150,000 to spur innovation in our LPOs. Since becoming chair, we have raised more than $6 million, including our best fundraising month in party history. Our digital fundraising operation has been completely revitalized and is averaging more than double what we raised per month last year. These resources have helped us build a groundbreaking coordinated campaign, putting 30 organizers in communities throughout Washington to engage voters and get out the vote. If that sounds like a lot, it is. If that sounds like enough, it's not. Remember, folks, we are up against billionaires who can and will raise unlimited funds to give themselves tax breaks while forcing low and middle income families to pay more. Just like the guy here right in Bellevue who just casually cut Trump a $1 million check after he was convicted of 34 felonies. But you know what really wins elections? It's not the money, though that certainly helps. No, what really wins elections is all of you. The people power that pushes us forward. You are part of a history-making delegation. Last year, we adopted a compromise proposal to ensure equal representation across all legislative districts, with additional delegates given to blue districts and to LDs who met or exceeded their affirmative action goals. I am beyond proud to share that not only did we meet nearly every goal we set to increase diversity, we significantly surpassed them. We have no plans to stop there. In fact, this September, I am proud to report that our state committee will take up a resolution to form the state party's first Muslim caucus, and it has my full support. I look forward to this new caucus helping build our party's power. This year's Democratic State Convention boasts the most diverse delegation in the past 10 years. And that's not all. This year's convention also has the most geographic diversity. We have more engagement from our Democrats in Central and Eastern Washington than ever before. Yes. To that end, your energy and engagement led to record-breaking recruitment that led Central and Eastern Washington electing a majority to their delegate positions. We've already hearing how this translates into higher numbers of PCOs and people joining their local party organizations. We also had record-breaking numbers of candidates file this year. We have Democrats filed to run in office in every single legislative district and people running for state legislature in every LD except for 2. Our success in the state legislature continues to build momentum. We only need to flip 8 seats across the state House and Senate to achieve a Democratic supermajority. Truly, my friends, we are living in historic times. This moment we share on the precipice of history, leaving us asking one question: will we fight for the democracy we inherited? Should we choose not to, Washington GOP Chair Jim Walsh and his band of militant Christian nationalists will usher in authoritarian fascism under their leader, Donald Trump. That's what this election will come to, the choice between democracy and fascism. We always knew this was going to be a tough cycle, even before a jury of his peers convicted Trump of 34 felonies. Into this volatile mix, we add an open gubernatorial seat which has only been won by a few thousand votes every time it's open. Duplicitous and deceitful Dave Reichert, out in public trying to present as a moderate, but behind closed doors saying the same disgusting things as Trump. Anti-abortion, anti-marriage equality, and a climate change ignorant. Then you add Joe Kent in CD3, who wants to defund the FBI and who believes a fixed bridge in Vancouver will create an Antifa superhighway. Can't make this stuff up, folks. And who could forget Summy Bird, who not only broke the law and stole valor from his fellow service men and women, but also has labeled himself Chocolate Trump. Then finally, add a hedge fund billionaire who put 3 initiatives on the ballot to buy himself a tax cut. A tax cut balanced on the blacks of frontline workers and middle-income families that would also just happen to roll back our most progressive landmark legislation of the last several years. With all of that, we cannot ignore what is happening in the world and the impact that it has in this room and right outside those doors. What is happening in the Middle East is horrifying to watch. We should be horrified by mass death and an ongoing hostage crisis, destabilization in the region, and communities pitted against each other abroad and at home. We at the State Party have not been immune to the crisis and have done our best to be responsive in standing with our Jewish community in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks, while also being one of the first state parties in the country to pass a ceasefire resolution. We have from day one called out the Islamophobia, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism that has been rampant throughout our communities, while also standing alongside our Muslim, Palestinian, and Arab siblings and our Jewish caucus and community. Throughout our work, we must wrangle with the complexities of the world as we find them. This means having the capacity for nuance. We truly are the party of protest and dissent. I am proud to welcome our uncommitted delegates and appreciative that you have chosen to organize and work within our party. We are strong enough to be nuanced in our work together, where we can call for everlasting peace in every part of our world, while also tending to the work that we must do here at home. We must elect President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. We must keep convicted felon Donald Trump out of the Oval Office. We must elect Bob Ferguson as our governor. We must ensure that every statewide office remains in Democratic hands. We must expand our majorities in the state legislature and flip seats like in LD 10 and 14 and 17. We can't just yell, "Go vote" at people. Our job is to give folks hope for what is possible, that we can and will do better, and that although times are tough, we are tougher. My fellow Democrats, we are going to build, expand, and fight for freedom, hope, and change in every corner of our state. We are going to demand better of our democracy, of our communities, and of ourselves. When far-right extremists like Jim Walsh and Joe Kent and Dave Reichert make themselves known, we don't cower from our ideals. We get our hands dirty, we fight back, and we fight onward. Donald Trump promises to be a dictator on day one, and we have to take him at his word. And that's why our task is to win the battle of the soul for our nation, and Washington State is going to be ground zero in this fight. The tightest congressional race in 2022 was in Washington State, and it will likely be just as tight this year. The road to the speakership, as you heard Congresswoman Del Bene say, runs right through Washington State. And we need every one of us to turn that road into the superhighway to our supermajority. If you know anything about me, you know that my true icon is the poet of our times, the Queen Beyoncé. On her latest album, she opens it with these lyrics: "Can we stand for something? Now is the time to face the wind. Now ain't the time to pretend. Now is the time to let love in. In a world that can feel full of hate, together we can face the wind and choose to let love guide us. A love of our country, a love of our democracy, and a love of ourselves and each other. A love of this democratic family, the family that has helped raise me and which brings us all together today, to affirm our values and to demonstrate that we are the party of freedom, rights, and democracy. When we vote, we win. When we stand together, we win. And when we organize, we win. Now let's have a fantastic meeting, get through the business, and remember that at the end of the day, we are the strongest when we are a proud, diverse coalition that is working together to get our folks elected and make a difference in this world. Who's with me? Onward. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for all your hard work. It is because of you that Joe Biden is President of the United States, and I am Vice President of the United States and the first woman to be Vice President of the United States. With your support, over the past 3 years, we canceled billions of dollars of student loan debt. We took on Big Pharma and capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. And we took on Big Oil and made the largest investment in tackling the climate crisis in history. And we still have work to do to lower costs and increase opportunity for working families. When we win in November, we will finish the job. We will raise the federal minimum wage, expand access to paid family leave and affordable child care, and invest billions of dollars to lower rents and help more Americans buy a home. There's so much at stake in this election. In this moment, we witness a full-on attack on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not her government telling her what to do. And we are facing a former president, Donald Trump, who openly says that he is, quote, proud that he overturned Roe v. Wade, and has openly vowed that he will be a dictator on day one. Ultimately, in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of compassion, freedom, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? We each have the power to answer that question with our voice, with our feet, and with our vote. And together, we will win. Take care and thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Next up, we are going to hear our initial credentials report. So I would like to introduce credentials co-chairs, Satin Desiree Arnett and Javier Valdez.
Good morning, Democrats. How are you doing? And one more time, let's give it up to our great chair, Shasti Conrad. What a great speech. And I know you've been waiting all morning for this. I know it's one of the most exciting things of the day. The preliminary report of the Credentials Committee. And so I'm Javier Valdez, one of your co-chairs. You're going to hear from Satin here in a second. But the important report we have right now is our first report was as of 11:59 p.m. last night. We have, of a total, by the way, 1,438 eligible delegates here for our state convention here in 2024. And at 11:59 p.m. last night, we had 997 who had signed in. Of those 997, 593 are here in person, 404 in virtual. And so soon we will come back with the final number and tell you what that number is. So thank you. Satin.
Do I need it? Okay. Hi. Of course, we can't talk about delegates without talking a little bit about affirmative action. So I just wanted to let y'all know, in combination of the long and hard work of all the DSAP teams and the great Shasti Compromise and our amazing affirmative action committee and our LD leadership who put in the work this year, we have a more diverse group than ever. This year, we had a total of 18 districts that received their affirmative action bonus delegates for a total of 90 bonus delegates. So I'm going to give a quick shout out to LDs 1, 3, 5, 11, 17, 21, 23, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 36, 38, 40, 41, and 43, and I know we're going to do better next time, but thank y'all for putting in the work, and congratulations.
Okay. Great. I would like to bring up to the stage our rules co-chair, Tanisha Harris.
Good morning, delegates and Democrats. I'm Tanisha Harris. I'm one of your rules co-chairs. Nathaniel Block could not be with us today. I want to give a special thanks to the Convention Rules Committee. If you are in the audience, please stand up. And if you're online, please wave to us. Thank you so much for all your effort and time and energy. I thank you for your feedback, your point of orders, your clarifications, your questions, your humor, your patience. To our Washington State staff, Isabella and Drew, thank you so much. To our state parliamentarian, DNC member, and Rules Committee member, David McDonald, thank you for your guidance and your counsel. It is not easy sometimes bringing in a new set of folks after we've been already a standing committee member, but this is what we do for Rules. We said from the very beginning, Nathaniel and I, we want a great hybrid convention, and we want our rules to be our guiding principles and values of who we are as the Democratic Party. So I thank all of the Convention Rules Committee members. To the Standing Rules Committee members, this is our full circle moment. It started last year with the 2023 DSAT plan that we worked on. This is our commitment to, again, our values as a Democratic Party. As we see here today, as we just heard from Satin, when it comes to our affirmative action goals and what we see in our national delegation as well. Again, I thank the committee members for their patience, their effort, and time in the many meetings these past year and a half, and I thank them for keeping Nathaniel and I on our toes and always coming prepared, even when before I have a chance to call the question and call the vote, they are already voting. Madam Chair, and to the delegation, I can tell you that we received a total of 4 bylaw amendments and 1 charter amendment for review. We did review them, and we will be presenting them later on for the delegation's consideration at the convention. Again, it's been an honor to serve as the Rules co-chair, and I thank you all for being here today, and everything that needs to be said has been said, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tanisha. Okay, so you all were sent the proposed rules in your initial welcome packet. Amendments to those rules had to be proposed by June 7th. The Rules Committee, as Tanisha noted, addressed all the amendments proposed by the deadline. There being no further amendments to consider, we move to a vote to adopt the amended proposed rules as the permanent rules of the convention. Is there debate? Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. This will be a good opportunity for everyone to test out their voting chops and be sure they understand how to vote. So with that, let's move to our ballots. Most of you should have practiced this yesterday with staff in the orientation, but ballots are all available in your Google Drive in a single sheet that contains links to all of the ballots. It's in the folder labeled Ballot Materials. Those ballots will be opened as we get to them throughout the day for you to vote. When we open ballots, we will also display a QR code for them on the screens throughout the hall and on the live stream. You can open your phone's camera and point to it at this code, and it will link you directly to the coded ballot. We strongly recommend using your phone to open these ballots and cast your vote virtually. We will be holding this first ballot open for 10 minutes to make sure that folks have an opportunity to get their votes in. If things go well here, we should be able to save a little bit of time on ballots going forward throughout the rest of the day. If you have trouble with your ballot, please raise your hand and a member of our tally committee will come over as soon as possible to assist you in your voting. Each of them is equipped with a laptop that is open to the ballot you'll be voting on, so as long as you have your unique voting identification number, UVIN, handy, they can help you cast your ballot directly. Okay. And the UVIN was sent just a couple of days ago in your email. You need to be able to check in with that UVIN code, so you should have that handy. With that, if staff can please enable ballot 1, which is approval of convention rules, and display the QR code on the screen. Okay, great, that's working. So now you can pull out your phones and try to access from the QR code, or if you have the folder open with ballot materials, you can click on those links, and we will take this first vote on the approval of convention rules.
How do we know if it went
through or not? Mine went through.
Mine just says it's been submitted. If you are a delegate or entered a proper UVIN and are checked in, no further action is required. That doesn't say your ballot was accepted.
Oh.
March over through right now.
Okay. Sorry, I see at the microphone that we have Chair Paul Chapman.
Is this on? Point of information?
Yes.
Which email address should be put in the voting form? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
All right.
Any email that you have. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Prove you're not a robot.
We can see votes are coming in, so we are very happy to report that it's working. So if you are having trouble, go ahead and raise your hand. But otherwise, keep sending in those votes, and we're going to take our time so that everyone feels comfortable with this process.
Oh, sorry. So House left is 4.
Right.
It's against. Oh, sorry.
So much screen time. Yeah, picture back. Yeah, did you switch these?
You're wearing like the same shirt.
No,
I
and a
didn't switch
mask.
Yeah.
It's very balanced.
It is.
Do you need to speak?
Slight change.
So we're just going to leave this
These are your part?
Yeah, for your part.
It should be fine.
Over what he said. Submitting out the people who, some have them stand, but also if they're online, please wait.
Oh.
So the online.
Otherwise, good to know. There's also
Someone at the microphone. Can't see. Or they're just staying their hand for others.
Yeah, maybe is Scott, is he trying to get attention at the microphone?
Can't
On the right?
see.
He's got his hand in the air.
He's
we
got a
can't-
hat on.
Yes.
Oh,
Looks like he's
balloting
a
help.
Democrat.
I can't see where the microphones are because it's too blinding. Okay. It's gonna be. Sorry, say what? Okay.
Okay. I didn't realize there was a second.
That's all good on our end. Otherwise,
Which side did Scott say was where there was the technical?
Okay, just a quick one. Okay. I can do that.
all internally.
Okay.
Second guess ourselves.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. I didn't know that. Okay.
Love the outfit. Love the look.
Oh. I didn't realize there's changes. Okay.
Yes, the tech team can. I had them raise their hand. And then. Yeah.
well, you can, maybe not TV, but.
So you guys know the mics are hot and the live stream is picking up and stuff. So just, you might want to turn it, push it down and push it up.
Yeah.
Nisha, can I steal your pen? Thank you.
Here, just keep that one.
Thank you. It's really good of you. Thank you. It's called CTAC. That's all.
Oh, I like that little brace. I'm just making sure that.
And you're doing a good job over here. Where you stand.
Fine, yeah.
Very good, very good.
Revolver.
motion that we take a vote or somebody get approval to be allowed to cheer if the noise sensitive people are acceptable to it. That if you announce that you'd like to allow cheering, so they have a moment to put on, hearing protection. Do we need a motion for that, or can you just do that? Or?
You can just do that, right?
You can say
a delegation voted to approve it.
We give somebody a chance.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I know, I've heard missing on the yes.
You can
I'll handle that. I'm gonna do it. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, we're out of time, so yeah. Sorry, I was just going to cut out, I'll tell you so you can see it. Yep.
Okay, we are going to close ballots at this time. And we'll be announcing the vote in just a moment.
Okay, so you know what they are. There's two responses to that. They're like,
Find what they're relevant.
or it's like,
Why is there, what is the show? What is the
they
show?
hear that. They're like, say that's the wrong person.
Yeah, it's because it's for the
They are very. They are.
They were doing a 46 picture if you want to go over.
probably know, but it's also, they don't also.
I'm just happy that. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just happy.
Can I?
Yes, I know.
Like this on my phone and like the RF.
Things are running, right? You're doing.
And then like the front of the house guy was like, I don't understand how this is going. What do you mean? Like I don't. How is this? And then I look up. I'm like, I see this guy talking. I don't see the mic. And because like my field of view was blocked, like a camerizer or whatever or something, he had it like basically waist height behind the podium that he was in front of. And it sounded so good, and I was like,
what is?
He was just like talking with his head. I was like, what we had people who were like, we had like, we're just using a basic X32, and they're like,
Notes.
you get rid of the nasty stuff. And everything else is easy.
All right, we're going to reconvene if folks can take their seats and get settled back in. I will announce the vote in just a moment.
I won't speak.
Made it. All right. We are getting started. Please take your seats. For real this time, please take your seats. Okay, so in proof that it is working, we have a vote total of 834 votes to adopt and 5 to reject. So congratulations on your first ballot. The rules have been adopted. Thank you, everybody. Good job. Thank you. Okay, so during the meeting today, we will alternate speakers pro and con on any issue. And if no speaker is available to alternate, we will consider debate closed without need of a formal motion to close debate. We have a long day and a drop-dead end time. As much as possible, we want to make time for you to hear debate on issues that are contested rather than take time for repeated speeches on the same side of an issue. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. I also would like to, we had someone come up and ask if we warn that we are going to clap or we're going to make some noise, folks who have any kind of sensory sensitivities, do we have any issues with clapping if we give you a warning? Any issues there? Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. All right, with that, we are going to move forward to the election of the permanent chair. And it seems like everyone's doing well on balloting, so while we leave that open to close it out, I have one last order of business, which is the election of the permanent convention chair. Under the rules for the convention of the permanent chair is nominated by 10 individual delegates. For this convention, we have one individual who was nominated by 10 delegates, and that individual is Washington State Labor Council President April Sims. Yes. Given that she is the only nominated candidate, I'm going to consider her elected by acclamation. And in order to save a few minutes in our program today, I'm going to welcome her up to the stage now to take the gavel as she helps facilitate the rest of the day, and I get to join all of you down on the floor. We're so excited, too, that with her help, we've been able to organize a series of incredible chairs of this convention who will be assisting April in the administration of this convention with various items on the agenda. Those folks include my wonderful Vice Chair, David Green, King County Council Member Rod Dembowski, Legislative District 49 Representative Monica Stonier, and King County Council Member Claudia Balducci. We're thrilled to showcase these incredible Democrats today and to have our strong partner from Labor, April Sims, lead them. So please join me, we're gonna make a little noise, please join me in welcoming Washington State Labor Council President April Sims to the dais. Thank you all.
Good morning. Or should I say good morning, Democrats? All right, all right. Well, thank you to Chair Conrad for your leadership and your vision and the privilege of serving as your convention chair. Before we move through the agenda, I do want to affirm the temporary convention chair Conrad's appointments for parliamentarian, tally committee, sergeant at arms, and all other appointed positions. And good morning again, everyone. My name is April Sims. My pronouns are she and her, and I have the privilege of serving as president of the Washington State Labor Council, AFL-CIO, which is the umbrella labor organization in our state, representing more than, I see laborers in the house, representing more than 600 locals, over 630,000 unionized workers in every industry, sector, and corner of this beautiful state. And in Washington State, we proudly boast having the third highest union density in the nation. At nearly, at nearly twice the national average, it means 1 in 5 workers in our state is represented by a union. And I'm gonna save y'all the Google search. States 1 and 2 are Hawaii and New York, but we're organizing every day. So we have put those states on notice that we're coming for that #1 spot. What's that? And we have to go visit them, yes. I am honored to serve as your convention chair, and I am thrilled to stand before you as we come together for this crucial Washington State Democratic Convention. This gathering is not just a meeting of the minds, but it is a testament to our shared values and our collective commitment to a better future for all Washingtonians. Today, we are gathered to affirm our dedication to progress, equity, and justice. We are here to use the people power that Chair Conrad talked about this morning to chart a path forward that reflects the diversity of our state. As Democrats, we believe in the power of unity, and we believe in the power of our unity to impact real change. Our work is cut out for us, from advocating for stronger labor rights and fair wages to ensuring that every person has access to quality health care, to tackling the pressing issues of climate change and environmental justice. Our agenda is ambitious and it is essential. The Democratic Party and the labor movement have long shared a historic bond, a partnership that has driven social and economic advancements in our country. Together, we have fought for the rights of workers, the expansion of social safety nets, and the protection of our civil liberties. It is through this collaboration that we have been able to secure better working conditions, fairer wages, and greater opportunities for current and future generations. As we move forward in this convention, let us remember that our strength lies in our diversity. It lies in our ability to listen, to learn, and to lead with compassion and courage. Each of you represents a vital piece of our collective voice, and together we have the power to have a profound impact. I encourage you all to engage in the discussions and debates that will shape our platform and our policies. Let us be bold in our vision, steadfast in our principles, and united in our purpose. We are here not just to talk about change, but to make it happen. Let's make this convention a milestone on our journey to a more just and equitable Washington. And let us continue to strengthen the alliance between the Democratic Party and the labor movement, ensuring that our work is always in service of the people. So thank you for your dedication on this Sunday, your passion, and your unwavering commitment to our shared mission. It is an honor to serve as your convention chair, and I look forward to the important work that we will accomplish together. Thank you. With that, the chair would like to recognize credential co-chairs Javier Valdez and Satin Desiree Arnett to present the final credentials report.
Okay. Our final. Are we done?
Pardon me. It seems that pardon.
This mic is live if you want to.
Delegate at the mic, for what purpose do you rise?
A privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Please speak loudly and clearly into the mic. We're having a lot of difficulty hearing in the far back. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other speakers at the mic, I will recognize the co-chairs.
Satin Desiree Arnett, co-chair credentials. And our final report is we have 1,023 checked in, 703 in person, 320 virtual, and 30 alternates seated. If you can check your emails and see if you've been seated, please.
Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize and introduce David Green, Vice Chair of the Washington State Democrats and Chair of the 3rd Legislative District Democrats in Spokane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Democrats. It is my privilege to preside over the proposed charter and bylaws amendments. And I'd like to just tell a little bit about myself because I'm unusual. I'm a unicorn. I'm a former Republican who converted to being a Democrat after the 1992 Republican Convention of Hate. I was elected chair of the 3rd Legislative District in January of 2015. Legislative District 3 is the big blue dot, which is 70% of the city of Spokane. We have 3 legislators, our State Senate Majority Leader, Chair of the House Appropriations Committee, and Chair of the House Healthcare and Wellness Committee. We have a progressive mayor in the city of Spokane. We have a 5-2 progressive majority on council. And our school district is 5-0 progressives, including the president and vice president of School District 81, who are present here this morning as delegates from Legislative District 3. In the 5th Congressional District, we have our first open seat in 20 years. We have outstanding Democrats running for that seat. And that's what I do locally. At the state level, our chair is female identifying and west of the Cascades. Under our party's rules and historic traditions, the vice chair shall be non-female identifying and east of the Cascades. I was elected vice chair of the state party in January of 2019, and I currently serve as co-chair of the state party's finance committee along with Julie Johnson, who's been an excellent person to work with. The state party finance committee, thanks to the investment of Shasti Conrad, last year granted about $50,000 to local party organizations to help them achieve their goals. And this year we've been allocated by the State Central Committee $100,000 to grant to local party organizations. If your local party organization has not submitted a grant, please contact your chair and state committee members because we're about to open round 2 of funding for the 2024 cycle. At the national level, I serve as the vice chair of the DNC Council on the Environment and Climate Crisis. That council was created in August of 19, shortly after I was elected to the DNC by virtue of being vice chair. And I'm going to ask the staff to put on the URL for the DNC Council on the Environment, dncclimate.org. We have an outstanding state environmental caucus, and I encourage each and every one of you to log on to dncclimate.org and sign up for the newsletter. Our President, Joe Biden, adopted many of the recommendations of the DNC Council on the Environment, and it's been just absolutely fabulous working with the White House on those matters. And so let's go ahead and move into consideration of charter amendments and bylaws. And I'm going to call upon Rules Co-Chair Tanisha Harris to present a report.
Thank you, David. The first item I'd like to report on is the Noonan bylaw and charter amendments. The maker of this bylaw and charter amendments has asked that this be withdrawn. So we will be recommending that by unanimous consent that this be withdrawn. The second is the Madden bylaw. We are regarding the DNC election, we recommended that this is out of order due to a conflict with our charter. And the third is the Villeneuve 1 bylaw amendment. We are recommending this is a due pass as amended, as it covers the reporting requirement to the State Central Committee by the Executive Board. And the Villeneuve 2 bylaw amendment as a due pass, as it requires notices of Executive Board meetings to be sent to the State Central Committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanisha. So the first item that I'm going to focus on is going to be the Madden bylaw amendment. Pardon? Oh. Go ahead.
No, we have to wait till two.
Yeah, the delegation chair, could you please go ahead and speak?
Not yet. We're waiting for the Villeneuve.
She's waiting for Villeneuve.
Okay, thanks. So the first item that I'm going to go through is the Madden bylaw amendment. And that bylaw amendment was recommended as ruled out of order because it conflicts with the charter. And as chair of this portion of the convention, I also rule that matter out of order. And we will move on to the next submitted items. Second item to consider are the package of bylaw amendments by Andrew Villeneuve. And we will be discussing amendments to the charter and bylaws. This first one was submitted by LD 45 member Andrew Villeneuve. These items require a higher threshold for passage. For both of the following items, a majority of all seated delegates is required to pass. That number today is 512. We'll be taking debate on both bylaws labeled Andrew Villeneuve Bylaw 1 and Bylaw 2 in the Google Drive. We will be balloting on both of these items together after debate has concluded on both. For both amendments, we can take a maximum of 5 speakers on both sides, 10 in total, each getting 2 minutes to debate. If one side runs out of speakers, I will end the debate at that point. And with that, I'm going to ask the speakers to line up, please, for debate. These topics are different than the platform, and that debate is free form, but it also means that we are not able to accommodate virtual delegates' ability to debate except through their delegation chair. So if virtual delegates wish to have debate presented on their behalf, at this point in time, please immediately contact your delegation chair so that your voice may be heard. And I do not have a great view of the microphone, so with the consent of the convention, I'm going to ask that Mr. Villeneuve or his representative have the ability to speak first in favor of his proposed amendment.
As the chair of the 45th, I'm asking permission for Mr. Villeneuve to be able to present the body.
That is granted.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak loud so we can hear in the back of the room. Good morning, fellow Democrats. I'm Andrew Villeneuve. I'm from the State Central Committee from the 45th District, proudly representing the Redmond, Kirkland, Sammamish, Duval area. I'm also the first CD representative on the Washington State Democrats Executive Committee. And I'm pleased to be able to submit these bylaws amendments for you this morning. Now, the goal of these amendments is simple. We have an executive committee in our state party. That is the body that governs the party in between the work of the State Democratic Central Committee meetings, which meet in between the biennial meetings of this convention. Now, the executive committee has taken on an outsized role since the pandemic began, and that's because of the extenuating circumstances surrounding the pandemic, the need for our party to have stable and strong governance, but it's also created a problem. In the past, it was possible to observe executive committee functions, especially the meetings, just by walking into the room, because the executive committee used to meet in person during state committee weekends. But now that we have entered this new phase of life and the pandemic has changed things, the executive committee is meeting very frequently, typically monthly, and usually electronically. So it's not possible to just walk into the room like in the past and observe a meeting if you're a State Central Committee meeting member. So my amendment does several things, and there's actually two amendments, but we'll start with the first one. The First Amendment basically allows State Central Committee members to get notice of executive committee meetings. So when they're being held, you'll get a notice saying that one is happening, and you'll be able to request the ability to observe. So this would allow you to jump onto Zoom, and you'd be able to watch the meeting. And then it also requires the secretary to send out draft minutes within 7 days of when the meeting is held, which shall include an attendance report. And this will improve transparency in our party. We know.
Okay, I just have a question.
Time is up, apparently. Is that correct, staff? Time is up. Is there anyone that wishes to speak against Mr. Villeneuve's first proposed amendment? If so, go to the other microphone and announce your presence because I cannot see you. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the first proposed amendment? None appearing. Debate is closed on the First Amendment. Mr. Villeneuve, you have the floor for presenting a argument for your Second Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Second Amendment is similar to the first. It basically requires that congressional district representatives like myself have to submit a report to the constituents they represent, and this report will basically let people know what their thoughts are on the meeting. And the reason why this is necessary is because while we've long had congressional district representatives on the executive committee, there's not been a defined reporting responsibility in our bylaws. And so it's been a little unclear what the responsibilities are of being executive committee representative. And for years, many of my colleagues on the State Central Committee report, they have not heard anything from their congressional district representative. So now we're going to define with this bylaw amendment a reporting responsibility for the congressional district representatives. And this will ensure that they know what's expected of them when they seek and gain the role of being an executive committee representative from their congressional district. So I'm just really grateful to have this amendment considered by the convention. This is the third go-round for this set of ideas. And I want to thank State Party Secretary Rob Dolan and DNC member David McDonald for all their guidance and help in crafting these amendments, and also to the Rules Committee for recommending a do pass. We have developed, I think, some really strong, good language for our bylaws. It will serve us well in the future. It will improve transparency and responsiveness. We know how important that is right now. We are the Democratic Party. We are the ones who are accountable. We know that the Republicans are going in a completely different direction than us, but we are going to be responsible. We are going to model good governance for everyone, including not only ourselves, but also for other political parties and for others seeking to build responsible institutions in American politics. So I urge you to vote yes on both these bylaw amendments. And if you want to talk to me about them, come find me on the convention floor. I'll be happy to chat with you if you have any questions during the voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Villeneuve, would you identify what table you will be at in case any individuals might have questions for you?
I will be at LD 45's table.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against the second proposed amendment? Is there a speaker against the second proposed amendment? None appearing. Debate is closed. I will ask the state party staff to open up the first non-test ballot of the day. We're going to be holding it open for 10 minutes so that we can give plenty of time for folks to do their first full ballot. And if you have difficulty in voting, please raise your hand and a member of the tally committee will come by to assist you. Ballots can be accessed through the link in the Google Drive or the QR code, and I ask the staff to open ballots at this point in time.
Hello, everyone. This is DNC Chair Jamie Harrison. It's so great to have you all here at the Washington Democratic Convention. I want to thank everyone today for their hard work and commitment to electing Democrats up and down the ballot. That's the energy that is going to keep Senator Cantwell in the United States Senate and send Attorney General Bob Ferguson to the governor's mansion. With Election Day right around the corner, it's time for us to come together and to show the country just how united we are as a party. United is how we will elect Democrats across the state. My friend and DCCC Chair Susan Delbene, my longtime friend Rick Larson, Representatives Jayapal, Lusenkamp, Perez, Smith, Schreier, and Strickland, Representative Kilmer, who's retiring this year. They all know firsthand how important party unity is. I want to thank you so much for your years of dedication to Washington and to our country. I also want to give a huge shout out to Chair Chastity Conrad and Vice Chair David Green. Washington State Democrats don't believe in off years. You organize year round. You register new voters and engage rural voters. You are also dedicated to ensuring that we strengthen our relationships with Washington's tribal nations and communities of color. We thank you for your support and admire your dedication to the party and your state. My friends, this election is a choice. It's a choice between progress versus chaos and hope versus fear. It's a choice between a party built on unity and one built on division. And Donald Trump has already made his choices clear. When he said he wanted to overturn Roe versus Wade, he meant it. When he said he wanted to overturn the election and undermine our democracy, he meant that as well. Meanwhile, President Biden is working hard every day to protect our reproductive freedoms, voting rights, and democracy itself. In only his first term in office, our president invested $5.7 billion to improve critical infrastructure like highways, railroads, and bridges in Washington state. He also invested over $530 million in the Evergreen State to improve water and drought resistance, and to provide affordable high-speed internet for more than 350,000 households. Now just imagine what he can accomplish with 4 more years in office. In Washington, you have the power to make that happen. The stakes of this election are too high to ignore, and the choice we make on November 5th will decide what kind of nation we're leaving our children and our grandchildren. With less than 70 days until the Democratic National Convention, and less than 5 months until Election Day, we can't slow down now, my friends. We have to keep our foot on the gas, and we have to tell our friends and family to make a plan and vote this November. We all have to do our part to re-elect President Biden and Vice President Harris. Thank you, Washington, and we can't wait to see you all in Chicago.
Delegates, just to bring to your attention, if you are intending to abstain on one or the other, you need to revote. The ability to abstain on just one was not turned on at the time the ballot was opened. So if you are choosing to abstain on either the First Amendment or the Second Amendment, please go back into the QR code, redo your ballot. The most recent ballot will be counted. But if you choose to abstain on one or the other, you need to go back in and revote. If you choose to abstain on both, you need not do anything. If any delegates are having difficulty in casting their ballots, please raise your hand so that we can get you resolved with the 2 minutes remaining to vote. Recognizes the delegation chair wishing to speak.
Thank you. Hunter Brown, Chair of the 46. I noticed that the ballot has the titles of each amendment reversed. Will the ballot be reissued, or could you tell us how we are voting on each one?
We'll follow the titles, correct? Chair, we're going to be following the titles that appear on the ballot. So no one should need to revote. If you wish to change your vote based on that ruling that we'll be following the titles as they appear on the ballot, you have a little over a minute, and if somebody needs more time to change their vote, please ask your delegation chair to advise me and we'll extend the time.
So to be clear, you mean the name, not the listed number?
The name is what's going to control.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The chair recognizes the delegation chair wishing to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a point of personal privilege.
Hello, my name is Eric Schreier. I'm speaking through a sign language interpreter right now from LD32. I'm asking that everyone limit their side conversations because the sign language interpreters can't hear clearly during the convention proceedings. When we have proceedings with a speaker, if you could please lower your voices so that we can hear more clearly and have a more successful convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does any delegate need additional time in which to be able to complete their ballot after the chair's decision that we would be following the names of the proposed amendments and not their number. If anyone requires additional time, please notify your delegation chair and ask that delegation chair to appear at the microphone. The chair recognizes the delegation chair wishing to speak.
Thank you, Sam Rise, representing LD 30. We're having some verification issues on the tech side, like it won't get through the check if you're a robot. So we're just asking for a little extended time for our members who are struggling with that.
Chair extends the time by 5 minutes, and if the delegation chair would please advise the chair of the convention when the matter has been resolved. Thank you. The chair recognizes the delegation chair who wishes to speak.
Thank you. It's me again, Sam Rise, LD 30. The issue has been resolved. Thank you.
The chair will rule that the ballot is closed unless another delegation chair needs additional time. If a delegation chair needs additional time, please appear at a microphone as soon as you possibly can. I do not see any delegation chair. Oh, is one moving? One is moving. Hang on. The chair recognizes the delegation chair attempting to speak.
Thank you. John Latta, LD 17. We have one person who did not get a confirmation email after he voted. Is that, so he needs a little bit of time to make sure that's good.
Okay, I've been advised that sometimes confirmation emails get eaten, so that we'll extend the time for another 2 minutes for that issue to be resolved. And then please advise the chair when that has occurred. The chair recognizes the delegation chair wishing to speak.
Thank you. LD 17, John Latta. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other delegation chairs who need additional time for their delegation to vote? Pardon? I don't see any flags moving. I declare the ballot to be closed. Oh, hang on. Delegation chair must go to the microphone in order to be able to speak, please. We're good. The ballot shall now be closed, and I'll ask Drew to advise of the results.
I've never seen anything
Commissioners, I am withdrawing my name for consideration for the gubernatorial endorsement through this convention process.
The candidate committee determined that Semi Bird was not forthcoming in the vetting interviews.
I'm not sure exactly what's going on.
The committee has voted to pull the governor's race from the ballots, and we will not be endorsing a governor.
Do I want to be a part of this chaotic, disjointed, deceptive effort?
If people would please just hold on to your hats.
The endorsed candidate is Semi Bird. I have a misdemeanor. We don't even really know what we're voting on. We have lost confidence in our leadership.
It was great. People approached the mic in an orderly fashion, and they shared what they were thinking.
Eliminate the Department of Education. We do not want to be a democracy. We are opposed to gun-free school zones.
I am hungry, and I'm going to move that we temporarily adjourn, and we that we take this issue up after lunch.
Some called it a clown show.
It was wonderful. It was good experience.
Mr. Villeneuve, would you please approach the microphone, please? Mr. Villeneuve in the convention, I am pleased to report that both bylaws amendments have passed. The executive notice bylaw passed by a vote of 806 to 29. The executive reporting bylaw amendment passed by a vote of 753 to 82. And I would like to ask Mr. Villeneuve to thank the convention for approving the work that he has put in for many years on these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so grateful to the hundreds of delegates who have just voted yes. I'm looking forward to a more accountable executive committee that is frequently in touch with the state central committee. We will model good governance for our state and country. We're the Democratic Party. We are the ones that the country can count on.
The chair recognizes the delegation chair who would like to speak.
Yes, this is Susan Herring, LD 22. My people who are on the video are reporting that there's a lot of feedback on the video presentation, and it's rather irritating. So anyway, not sure you can do anything about it, but they would like to let you know.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing this to the attention of the convention. At this point, we'll move on to the Noonan package of amendments. And as previously discussed, Mr. Noonan has requested that the convention permit him to withdraw these amendments. Is there any objection to the withdrawal of the amendments proposed by Mr. Noonan to the convention? Is there any objection to the withdrawal of the Mr. Noonan amendments to the convention? No objections having been heard, the amendments are deemed to be withdrawn by Mr. Noonan, and we will move on to the next item of business. I'd like to thank the convention for its voting on these important matters, and I return the gavel to Chair April Sims.
Thank you, David Green. I'm going to make sure folks can hear me in the back. I will use my rally voice. All right, thank you for the great work on the Charter and Bylaws Amendment. The last item of business before we break for lunch is nominations. Before we get too excited, I want to make sure that it's clear that nominations are not endorsements. And staff have prepared a written explanation that they've asked me to read to make sure folks are clear on this process. So pursuant to the Washington Democratic Party bylaws, Section 11B, the rules for the selection of Democratic candidates and nominees for public office under the top two primary, and the adopted 2024 convention rules, the 2024 state convention has the ability to nominate candidates for statewide offices, including United States Senate, governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, treasurer, auditor, attorney general, insurance commissioner, and public lands commissioner. Under the top two primary system, candidates who appear on the ballot preferring Democratic Party are not saying they are Democrats, only that they prefer that party. As a result, if they are elected to partisan office and then vacate the office, we as a party may not have any rights to participate in choosing their replacement unless we have confirmed that they are our Democratic candidates when they are elected. So to be sure that we have preserved our rights in connection with vacancies, we hold a nomination process which, to be clear, is not for the purpose of endorsing or selecting a favored candidate. It is solely for the purpose of establishing which candidates are legitimate Democrats with whom we associate as a party. The nominations we make are not endorsements and do not lead to increased monetary or other campaign support. So it is possible to nominate more than one candidate for an office. Here at the 2024 Washington State Convention, as outlined in the adopted convention rules, section 7B, candidates are automatically added to the slate of nominated candidates if they have demonstrated interaction with our Democratic organizations by receiving at least 5 endorsements from any county or LD organization. If a candidate makes it through the primary, is a Democrat, and is not on the list, the proposed convention rules, section 7D, also provide that the State Central Committee may nominate additional candidates in these offices at their next meeting scheduled for September. Now, given all of that, this is a debatable item, but it is not an amendable item at this point in the convention process. So the slate is either fully adopted or fully rejected. With that, if anyone would like to speak in opposition to this item, please come to the microphones to be recognized. Okay. Seeing no delegates at the mic, seeing no discussion against the proposed slate, I will consider it adopted by acclamation. With that, we are going to recess for lunch, and we do have a lot of business to get through this afternoon, so we are holding lunch for exactly 60 minutes. We will be recessing until 12:29 on the iPhone watch. That is 12:29. Please remember, before you leave, please remember that you may move between virtual and in-person delegate status without notice. So if you are running late coming back from lunch, feel free to open the proceedings on your phone through YouTube and follow along if a ballot pops up. And with that, we are in recess until 12:29. Thank you.
Where do people get
afternoon, sisters, siblings, brothers. It's 12:29, but I am told that we are going to allow an additional 5 minutes for folks to get settled. So we will start at 12:34 while we workshop a quick issue. We'll be back at 12:34. Thank you. Okay, it is 12:34 by my Apple Watch time, but I'm told we are going to start, we need another 5 minutes, so we'll start in 5 more minutes. That brings us to 12:39. Thank you for your patience.
Good timekeeping.
It's all I got.
You don't got a song in there or something, or a dance number?
You know, at the State Legal Council Convention, we always play Let's Get It Started by the Black Eyed Peas, like 3 minutes before we get ready to get started, so folks know that when they hear the music, it's time to get in their seats. But I always like to give a couple minutes, I want to start a couple minutes so folks can get comfortable in their seats. I have learned that with our it's very important.
We're good to go.
Okay, well, I told folks 12:39,
Okay.
so I should, that's fine.
We won't destroy your credibility yet.
Appreciate it. That's all I got.
We'd like to wait till at least the end.
Hey folks, as we're coming back together, and since I have vacated my duties as chairs, I get to now hawk t-shirts. So I am so proud. We have new branding at the Washington State Democrats, and we are selling t-shirts in the back with the new branding, and we have a convention-specific shirt with the dates for this weekend. So if you would like to commemorate this weekend, see Heather in the back, and we've got all kinds of other great stuff too. And thank you again for being here, and we'll get started in 1 minute. Thank you.
All right, delegates, it is 12:39 and we are officially calling the convention back to order. I want to invite the delegates to please take a seat and remind you all to limit your side conversations so that the folks in the back can hear and everyone can fully participate. Speak louder, I hear you back there. And with that, I would like to turn over the gavel to temporary chair, King County Council Member Rob Dembowski.
Thank you so much. You want me to start up here? Yeah, wherever you want to do it. Good afternoon, Washington State Democrats. How we doing? Oh, we're doing this. Okay. My name is Rod Dembowski. It's a privilege to serve on the Metropolitan King County Council. I represent the 1st District. For those of you not from King County, that's the north end of Lake Washington, northeast Seattle, shoreline, Lake Forest Park, Kenmore, most of Bothell, and North Kirkland. My legislative districts that are here today include the 1st, right up here, the Fightin' First, my home district, the 46th, the 32nd, and the 45th. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. I chair the Transportation, Economy, and Environment Committee on the County Council and serve as the Vice Chair of our Budget Committee. I'm looking forward to a spirited debate here today as the Democrats work to advance a platform toward completion. I want to let you know that with respect to the microphones, it's very hard up here to see them, but we will work to recognize folks in the run of show, two speakers each side. We're going to turn this immediately over to our platform co-chairs to present their report. Please welcome them. Tom and Tess.
Hello, delegates. My name is Tom Gerard. This is my co-chair, Tess Fenner. Today we're here to present our committee's report on the 2024 State Party Platform, as well as a report on nearly 50 resolutions that were submitted for consideration. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the work of the Platform Committee members who volunteered many hours to complete our work. Members of the committee, if you're present in person, please stand, or if online, please wave and be recognized.
So we want to quickly review the distinction between these two types of documents, the platform and a resolution. The goal of the platform adopted at the state convention is to outline the beliefs of our party. As such, the platform should be understood by a general audience, provide guidance when new concerns emerge, and be a supporting foundation for resolutions. Whereas the platform outlines our beliefs, resolutions are based on those beliefs and call for specific actions to be taken. Resolutions are passed by this body, but also on an ongoing basis by the Washington State Democratic Central Committee at several meetings throughout the year. Resolutions remain active for a period of 3 years, after which they are either refreshed or get added to an archive. Based on both the platform and the adopted resolutions, legislative priorities are created by the WSDCC Advocacy Committee, yay, with input from local party organizations. These priorities guide member advocacy with regard to specific pieces of legislation.
Now let's take a brief look at the process for developing this platform. Each legislative district was allowed to name one member of the committee. In addition, members of the Central Committee's Resolutions Committee were eligible to join. When we started meeting in early March, our first task was to develop a draft platform. Although we chose to use the 2022 platform as our starting point, we also identified changes we felt would be beneficial. In order to make the platform shorter, improve its readability and accessibility, and draw a clearer distinction between the platform and resolutions, the committee agreed to eliminate the "we call for" structure and reframe everything as a belief statement. Items previously listed in those sections were reviewed and incorporated into the bulleted list, or planks, if appropriate. In order to make the document more useful for lobbying, the committee also decided to reorganize the sections, also referred to as pillars. The draft platform was then distributed to you, the delegates. By majority vote of a legislative district delegation, an amendment could be proposed. Over 1,000 amendments were submitted. Starting in May, the Platform Committee split into subcommittees by their areas of interest or expertise to develop a recommendation on each amendment. When subcommittee reports were shared with the full committee, any member who disagreed with the subcommittee recommendation could pull that amendment, meaning it would be debated and voted on individually by the full committee. If more than 35% of the committee disagreed with the majority's decision, then the amendment qualified for a minority report. There were 20 of those. In addition, 2 amendments qualified for minority reports through the petition process outlined in the convention rules. The pros and cons of each of these amendments will be shared with you today, and then this body will make the decision whether or not to adopt the amendment. At the conclusion of the minority reports, we will vote on whether to adopt the entire platform committee report as amended. And now, I think that's all right. Back to you to start.
All right, Tom and Tess, thank you very much, and thank you to the Platform Committee for your work. I have some preliminary announcements with respect to withdrawn amendments. These are about 5, I think, minority reports that after further review are proposed to be withdrawn because they're handled in other ways. These are going to be subject to objection from a delegation leader from the floor. If there is no objection, we'll then proceed on to the other amendments. The first one is Minority Report 3 regarding early childhood learning. This was originally passed by the committee, but by a narrow enough margin to have produced a minority report. After further discussion with the committee, members, they determined that the opponents of this amendment were not actually in opposition to the amendment, and as such, the committee would like the original committee vote to have it incorporated upheld. Is there any objection from the floor to proceeding in that way? Seeing none, that's what we'll do. The second minority report is Report 10, also regarding nuclear cost analysis. We will not be debating this item until we know the outcome of the vote on the Minority Report number 9. If Minority Report 9 passes, then the language that Minority Report 10 proposes to delete will have already been deleted by the passage of number 9, and the Minority Report 10 will have become moot. Is there any objection to proceeding in that way? Seeing none, that's what we'll do. Third is Minority Report 11. This was passed in another form and discovered after issuance to be making it duplicative and unnecessary for approval. Is there anyone that would like to bring forward a duplicative and unnecessary report? Seeing none, we won't do that. Well, you guys are great. You're making this easy so far. Thank you so much. The last time I was in this room was in 2001. It was 2.5 days of torture on the state bar exam. So I have a little bit of PTSD here. You guys are a lot friendlier than the bar examiners. Thank you. All right, fourth and finally, Minority Report number 16 regarding expanding parental medical leave as requested both by the authority delegate and the delegation and the committee to be removed from debate. Any objection to that? All right. Seeing none, we'll proceed in that way. And let's move on to debate. I'm going to give just a pause in case there's anybody online or from the floor that has changed their mind. Don't see anyone. Let's go to our very first report, the Ag Minority Report. And I'm going to take a seat over here and proceed from the table. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. How's that sound? 46, can you hear me? Yep, got a thumbs up there. All right, this will be a good first test case. Ag Minority Report. This is the first minority report that we're going to take up here at the convention. And we're going to have a couple of debaters on each side. And the basic amendment is whether or not to put additional restrictions on the use of lead in fishing equipment. Should we put additional restrictions on the use of lead in fishing equipment? We have first speaker is Michael Siproth speaking for the amendment, and the second speaker is Chris Porter. Chris, I think you're still from the 34th, speaking against the amendment. I'd ask those two speakers to please approach the microphones, and Michael, go forth.
Michael Siproth, 35th Legislative District, State Committee person. I am urging getting lead out of fishing gear to continue previous efforts led by Rachel Carson and others to clean up our air, water, and land from toxics. Lead is bad for brains. Let's honor Chief Health's strong call to remember that all of Earth is connected. We must do this. Get the lead out. Provide a healthy environment for all. Thank you.
All right, Michael, thank you. Chris, you're up. Happy Pride.
Thank you. Chair, first I'd like to say happy Pride to everyone. Woo! And if we could do a brief moment of silence for chocolate and the desecration and hatred it received by Republican candidate Cindy Byrd, please. Thank you. I rise in a minority report, and I am speaking for the committee on this one, in that my personal position is that it should proceed, but the thinking was that it wasn't wide enough or deep enough to meet the standard, and that it should have a fuller scope in order to remain in the platform. And so I give that report on behalf of the committee. Thank you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And thank you to both speakers for bringing this forward. That concludes debate on this item. You're going to be voting using ballot number 4. Ballot 4 will be how you will cast your votes on this item. We're going to ask staff to please open the ballot now. If you need a QR code to vote, that's supposed to be right up here on the screens on either side. You can use your phones to take a picture of that if you don't have your laptop here. Otherwise, go to the Google Drive and open ballot number 4. Voting for this item will be open for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, so that's about 1:03 p.m. 1:03 p.m. We will close voting on this. Good luck. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, Jasmine from the 11th district, my original home district. I see that you're at the podium and are recognized.
Hello. Oh, I'm so short. Just coming to the mic to let you know that the link to look at the minority reports are not working in the ballot.
Okay, we're going to have our technical staff look into that. And Drew, is that something that a refresh might help, or is it going to be a little more complicated?
Hi, everyone. I'm thrilled. This is the first time I've had to speak this convention. Jasmine, can you give me a little more information what's happening there?
Yes, when you open ballot 4, near the top, there's a here link.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I can correct that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Looks like we got another. Isabel, I think, is.
I mean, maybe just like, yeah, that's fine. I know, but I was trying to put it.
Okay, it looks testing 1, 2, 3. Looks like we have another speaker, another delegation chair. Can you please identify yourself? And there you are. Yeah, identify yourself and raise your issue, please.
Nada Spencer, Legislative District 3. Our people on Zoom are having an incredible echo, and they've asked me to bring that up.
Okay, we will see if we can address the sound issue for folks on Zoom.
Thank you.
See you there. Okay. We've got another delegation chair seeking recognition. Please state your name and raise your issue.
Now it's on. Michelle Kelso, LD6. When you are asking for opposition, it would probably be better if you're waiting a little bit before you say you don't see any opposition. Our folks are telling us that the YouTube link has about a 1-minute delay. So that is not enough time for them to voice oppositions. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, thank you for that. A good reminder. And as we move into the rest of the debate, we'll make sure to have a pause. Thank you so much.
Like it's going to get there. You'll just announce outright once we're through the voting window and make it bigger.
I'm Representative Rick Larson. I'm here in my district in Everett to say to you, welcome to the Washington State Democratic Convention. We have a huge election this fall. You know it, I know it. It is a values election, and we have to fight for democratic values. Those values will be on the ballot, and we need to press hard against the Trump Republicans and the Trump Republican agenda. Our values are on the ballot this fall, including the value of reproductive freedom. We need to overturn Dobbs. We need to get a majority in Congress and keep the presidency so we can pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which will codify Roe v. Wade. We need to fight for our veterans, including their health care, including access to housing and access to jobs and opportunity. We need to fight for the rights of all Americans and everybody in the United States, including the rights of LGBTQIA plus folks. That is critically important, especially as we celebrate Pride Month. And the value of jobs and opportunity is on the ballot as well. There's a reason why we have the longest stretch of sub 4% unemployment in this country since the 60s. And that is because of President Biden's agenda to invest in roads, bridges, highways, and transit, to invest in our infrastructure. And now women and men all over the country are working to rebuild the next generation infrastructure. In addition, we're investing in the next generation workforce, training the next generation workforce so they can be ready to build that infrastructure as we continue to invest in jobs in America. As you're at this convention this weekend, I hope you'll remember that all these values are on the ballot this fall. A big value on the ballot this fall is the ballot itself. Access to the ballot. Our democracy is at stake. Our democracy is on the ballot. Our democracy is on the ballot. And I hope you'll work hard this fall to elect Democrats. Thanks again. Hope you have a great convention.
Okay, 2-minute warning, where it's 1:01. We're going to close the ballots at 1:03. Okay, they put 2 minutes up. So is that, do I need to track the time? I think we're going to go here. Does the tally committee need any time? Test 1, 2. All right, folks. I'll bring you back to order, and we have completed our ballot. I'm getting a suggestion I speak up a little bit. I get that at council all the time. Ballot voting has been completed on this item, and I'm looking here at Drew's tally. The votes in favor of incorporating this additional language are 690. The votes to reject are 145. It carries with 82+%. All right, we will now turn to the education pillar of our platform. We are going to have 4 items, 4 minority reports in the education pillar. These 4 items are going to be voted upon on ballot number 5. So you're going to be casting on ballot number 5 a position on 4 different items. We're going to take the debate on each of them in turn. So you may want to take a note about how you want to vote once we get to the balloting. The first one here is Minority Report number 2. This concerns full funding of appointed boards. Full funding of appointed boards. Our first speaker speaking for the amendment is Chris Porter, and the second speaker is Tom Garrard speaking against the amendment from the dais. Chris, go ahead.
Hi, Chris Porter, 34th LD. Many of us believe that the recent state Supreme Court ruling is adequate enough in terms of funding, but it falls short. This amendment is needed and necessary to stay in the platform to make it very clear that our educational system will not be where it needs to be. The accountability will not be where it should be unless it's fully and completely funded from kindergarten to 12. It's our duty to ensure that the remaining portions of our educational system in public education get to the level of full funding and full access. And so I urge all of you to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Tom?
Phone? Hello? There we go. So speaking for the committee agrees with the authors of this amendment. I mean, who wouldn't agree? Public education is crucial to our future. Public schools need to be fully funded, and privatization schemes like vouchers threaten public education in this state and elsewhere. And we may be seeing an initiative soon. There's already been an attempt to bring that, and the authors have pulled back because they got bad ballot titles from the assigned. What you don't see here is the fact that the committee had other amendments covering the same ground as this amendment. We unanimously adopted an amendment found in row 252 of the full list of submitted amendments that reads, public funds should directly support public schools in Washington. Voucher schemes, tuition tax credits, or other financial tools that use tax monies to fund private schools or other educational programs or systems that undermine public education should be avoided. We preferred this wording to the amendment in this minority report because it more concisely expresses the same ideas. This amendment is already that I just read is already going to be part of our platform, so adopting this minority report would be duplicative. So please vote against this minority report. Thank you.
Okay, those are the 2 speakers we have on this item, and that will conclude the debate on Minority Report number 2. We'll turn now to Minority Report number 3 regarding early childhood learning. Let's see, Drew, you may have to help me with that one. That's been withdrawn. All right, well, that takes care of that. We'll turn to Minority Report number 4, Diversity of Early Childhood Learning Programs. The first speaker on this minority report is Joel Pitts Jordan, speaking for the amendment, and the second speaker is Tess Fenner, speaking against the amendment from the dais. Joel, go ahead.
Oops, sorry. Is it coming through? Nope. There we go. Thank you, Chair. Rising in support of this amendment. It's a comprehensive addition that adds in critical components of early learning. And I want to draw attention to one component in particular, home visits. It's something that I have to admit was a bit abstract for me up until April 6th of this year when my son was born 6 weeks early. Arlo didn't just struggle to breathe and to eat, but he was at risk for falling behind on key milestones, things like lifting his head up, things like grasping at objects. And we were so lucky because when we were able to leave the hospital after 3 weeks of intensive care, they didn't just kick us out the door and say, good luck. They set us up to have an occupational therapist and a speech-language pathologist come to our home every 2 weeks. And they will continue to do that until Arlo is 3 years old. The value of that service can't be overstated. It really can't. And those professionals, they are significantly over capacity. They had to establish thresholds, turn people away, folks who could benefit from those services. And again, the value can't be overstated as not just as a father of a preterm child, but as a first-time father who has no idea what he's doing. It's a good amendment, and I would urge adoption.
Test 1, 2. Joel, thank you very much for those remarks, heartfelt. Second speaker is Tess, speaking against from the dais.
Okay, thank you. So I'm speaking for the committee on this one. So the Pillar Subcommittee made the recommendation of do not pass, and they had a comment that said it belongs as a resolution. So when this amendment was pulled by the full committee for reconsideration, the full committee voted do not pass, and a minority result report was created. So it was a very close vote. When it came to finding speakers for the convention here to speak on the minority report, nobody was willing to step forward. So that concludes that report. Thank you.
Okay, Tess. Platform Committee co-chair sometimes has tough duty. We don't have any further speakers on that, and so make a note of how you'll vote when we get to the ballot. We'll turn to Minority Report number 5. Minority Report number 5 relates to washers and dryers in schools. On this item, my notes here say we will have 2 speakers in favor and 2 against in alternating order. The first is a speaker in favor, Alma Chacon. And Alma, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name, but correct us here. The floor is yours.
That is correct. Thank you. Alma Chacon, speaking in favor. I want to begin by first saying that absenteeism is defined as chronic absences of at least 16 to 18 days during the school year. We have about 75% that was reported as an increase in absenteeism since 1923. So we have a large problem with chronic absenteeism in schools. We also have 16 million across the country. So it's not just a local problem, it's a countrywide problem. What I do want to say is that many of our kids that are absent from school is because they don't have the means at home, they don't have breakfast. And the other thing, along with poverty, is that they don't have the clothing, the home care, the washing machines. Many of our low-income families have to go to laundromats. And it is difficult when you have to work double shifts. Like right now, many of our families are picking cherries. They get up at 5 in the morning, get home at 2 in the afternoon. Then they go back for a second shift, and they start working again at 4 o'clock. So they have a 2-hour break. Then they work till late at night. So it is a hardship for parents. And so I am urging you to support a practice that Whirlpool has been supporting since 2015, and that is providing washers and dryers to schools. And out of those schools that have been receiving this service, we find.
And Alma, I think that our folks cut you off right at the 2 minutes there. They're going to be pretty tough. I believe we may have a point of order or other issue being raised from the floor. I'll recognize the chair delegation with the flag.
Thank you. This is Susan Herring, LD 22. I have a remote person who is wanting to make some comments on some of the discussion. So I'd like to make it clear that the speakers were pre-selected and we're not allowing any further comments. Is that true?
That is the understanding of the chair, that pursuant to the rules of the convention, that the speakers are pre-selected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. All right, speaking against the washers and dryers in school amendment, I have Kathy Ozog. Kathy, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Kathy Ozog from the 39th Legislative District. I'm on the committee. We felt in favor of the washer and dry amendment, but that the wording was more in the form of a resolution. There is a lot of documented evidence that goes with this plank. It includes the therefore wording on it. We would like to see this removed as a plank and instead reissued as a resolution so that all the supporting documents could be seen and it could be voted on the next state meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Kathy, thank you for that context. Speaking in favor of the amendment, Karen Kellerman. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. I'm Karen Kellerman from the 12th Legislative District. I'd like to just finish the comment that Alma made earlier, that with the introduction of washers and dryers in schools, many of those students whom she spoke about had improved their attendance at schools by more than 80% in a number of circumstances. My comment in favor of this motion is also to just further Washington State and the Democrats of Washington State's support for education and the supports for families that fall along similar lines to what we did in 2021 that went into effect in schools across the state by providing school breakfasts and lunch to students throughout our school system, pre-K through 12th grade. And I'd just like to encourage us to consider the impact on families of providing this additional service.
Okay, Karen, thank you so much for those remarks. And now for a little twist, the final speaker speaking against is Snohomish County's own Bill Phillips, joining us from Snohomish County, I think. We'll see if this works.
All right. Hello, and yes, the thriving metropolis of Granite Falls in Snohomish County is behind me. And my remarks echo those of Kathy, the delegation chair. We are the platform committee member. We have a process for resolutions. We have a process for platform. I'm known as something of a rules geek. So when something that is a good idea is presented and it is worded as a resolution, I believe that's how it should be presented. So I would urge that you vote against this so that it may be resubmitted as a resolution. The idea itself, no problem with that at all. This is simply a question of format. Thank you.
Okay, Bill, thank you. And I'm seeing a request to be recognized from the delegation chair. Please identify yourself and state your point. Give us just a sec to turn your microphone on.
John Latta, LD 17. Point of information. I'm asked to ask the question, who would operate those washing machines?
I'm going to rule that the point of information is, let me turn to David McDonald here, out of order with respect to the nature of debate. We've got basically debate is closed with the for and against speakers. Let me see if my parliamentarian overrules me here.
If the maker of the motion is able to answer it, I think it's a legitimate question that they need to know in order to vote.
Okay, The parliamentarian is advising me that it appears to be a legitimate question, information needed to know how to vote if the maker of the motion is willing to speak to it. Alma, can Alma or Karen or a maker of the motion speak to who would pay? Who would operate? Who would operate? The Maytag man, it said.
It appears the information is not available. You can move on.
All right. Here's Alma. Thanks for coming back up, Alma.
Hi. So again, I don't think that we are here to provide the funding ourselves, but I think that it all comes under the educational budget. I think we have many PTAs, PTOs, community volunteers. It would be incumbent on the community schools.
Right. Thank you for helping answer the point of information.
I do want to mention that there are several corporations that are willing to provide the washers and dryers and supplies.
All right. Thank you for that information. Okay, we're going to close the debate on that. Excellent debate. Thank you very much to everyone who participated. And we'll turn now to the final minority report. That's number 6 within the education pillar. This is relating to required publicly administered school loans, is what my note says here. We're hoping that the proponents can add some clarity. We'll start again first here. 4 speakers, 2 in favor, 2 against. First is Joel Pitts-Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, rising in support for this amendment. Right now, there is a $2 billion biennial gap between the total amount of state student financial assistance and the total amount of tuition that's taken in. What that means is that students are going to have to rely on loans. And the best example that I can think of as to why these low-interest loans are needed is my own. I grew up below 50% of the federal poverty level and experienced childhood homelessness. I did everything that I was told I was supposed to do. I went and got an education. I became a first-generation college graduate. I went and got my master's degree from the 4th-ranked public policy school in the country, and the entire time, I was still being punished. Because even after taking $70,000 in grants and scholarships and fellowships and work study, and extinguishing a small piece of my soul and becoming a resident advisor, I still had to take out $50,000 in student loans. And after 5 years of working very hard and making on-time payments, I can say that I now owe $60,000 in student loans. I know that there are probably people in this room who have that story, and I know there are probably people in this room who have horror stories that are worse than mine by orders of magnitude, and as long as those stories exist, there will be kids like me, kids who want to become first-generation college graduates, kids who want to enter into public policy, kids who want to make sure that their story does not have to become other people's reality, but they will decide not to because the financial risk is too great. It's a good amendment. Urge adoption.
All right, R.A. Jordan, thank you. Chris Porter, what have you to say about this?
Thank you, Chair. Chris Porter, 34th LD, and I rise to oppose this. The shirt that I have on says that $70,000 of my student loans were forgiven under Joe Biden's loan forgiveness program. If we are really serious about education and getting everyone to the table and access of it, the best low-interest loan, whether it's private or public, is not better than the loan forgiveness. Now, the $70,000 that I would have paid back is now generationally gonna go to my son. And please remember, how money moves in, and my comparison is white families compared to black families, that generationally that wealth will transfer from parents and other family members to the recipient in terms of loan assistance that they don't have to pay back for school and even deposits for a home. In black families, it goes the opposite way. So I am in the third generation that's going to break that trend, because even the lowest student interest loan does not beat forgiveness or essentially a grant. So if we're serious about education, loans are never and should be never the answer, because if I still had that $70,000, I would be approximately 88 years of age before those loans are paid off, even though it's a low interest. I urge you not to include that in the platform. Thank you.
All right, Chris, thank you for those remarks. Sharon Abreu.
Thank you. Yes, I'm from the 40th LD. Loan forgiveness is very important. I would like to speak in favor of this amendment, however, that tuition is a little more than half of the puzzle when it comes to the cost of attendance of university or colleges, along with the housing, meals, transportation, and books and supplies, and other items as well. So tuition can be zero, but those attending the institution still have to live somewhere, which, as we know from the housing crisis, is becoming more and more expensive. In fact, the vast majority of many students' debt is from housing costs. And looking at the state of Washington, tuition and fees will make up an aggregate $3.2 billion for the 2023 to 25 biennium, about $1.2 billion of which is covered by student assistance from the Student Achievement Council. Transferring the amount of operational burden from tuition and fees to the general fund or other combination of Outlook funds is going to take a considerable amount of time. So this amendment offers an important intermediary option while the state works toward the final goal of making higher education universally available. Thank you.
Okay, Sharon, thank you for those remarks. And that concludes the minority report debate under the education pillar of our platform. You're going to be voting on all of those items using ballot number 5. Ballot number 5. We'll have a spot to vote on all of those items. I want to thank all of our speakers for and against for helping the body understand them. And we're going to open that debate now at 1:27. It's going to be a 10-minute voting block. 10-minute voting block, so we'll conclude at about 1:37. And as we begin to vote, maybe take a moment, if you will, to join me, and I'll please ask for some applause here, in saluting and thanking everyone involved in the education of our young people in this state: teachers, paraeducators, volunteers. All right. We'll see you in 9.5 minutes. Oh, okay, we have the 11th district, I think, back for a point of something.
Hi, I have a point, I promise. I think it's a point of clarification. My delegation would like me to ask where the student loans will be coming from.
Okay, I'm taking the advice of our parliamentarian here.
It's up to
The question is in order, and it's up to the proponent, the maker of the motion, if they would like to answer. This is on Minority Report number 6, the last one you heard. Joel or Sharon, do you want to respond to that? I see Joel approaching. Okay, go ahead, Joel.
Thank you, Chair. I think the amendment calls out publicly administered. For that, it's for the most part coming from the federal government right now. could conceivably in the future could come from the state, but I think the amendment specifically is trying to get to the point of loans coming from the public sector, so government entities. At least that is my understanding from just the language of the amendment. Thank you.
All right, I think that's helpful. Thank you so much for that additional information.
Are you a teen looking to get more involved in politics and policy in Washington State? Have you registered to vote yet? Registering to vote is the first step forward in being an informed and engaged citizen. Why is it so important, Jonica?
Voting is so important to amplify the voices of young people like you and I. It's the primary way to voice our concerns, advocate for policy measures, and engage with the political process. Even if you're not 18 yet, you are granted the opportunity to pre-register to vote in Washington State.
How? Well, the Future Voters Program allows 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register to vote once they're eligible. This way, as soon as you turn 18, you'll already be in the system as a registered voter. It's super easy to register. Search votewa.gov.
So who are we, and why are we telling you to register to vote? We're representatives from the Washington High School Democrats, and our goal is to connect our active youth members to opportunities in Washington and to create a platform for youth in politics. We want to foster youth voice in both legislation and on the campaign trail. We urge you to all register to vote.
Hello, thank you. I really appreciate the Washington State Democratic Party giving me a chance to say a few words, and I appreciate the great work that you are doing all across our state. Special shout out to Shasti Conrad, your amazing chair, who's done a great job organizing the state party and working across the state. This is an incredibly important year, as you all know. Democrats need to win elections across this state and across this country. And I'll tell you, I am optimistic about that. I know Republicans like to always brag about how they're going to win and how great they are, and that tends to get out there in the media and in the commentary. But look, we've got great organizations all across the country and certainly in this state. In every single election since 2022, Democrats have outperformed the polls. That hasn't happened by accident. That has happened because we are organized and we are working district by district all across the country and all across the state to deliver those results. And that's the key. We have to work as hard as possible between now and the November election. Knock on doors, raise money, make phone calls, stuff envelopes, do whatever we have to do at the grassroots level to support our Democratic candidates. It is a crucial, crucial election. Here in our state, we have 2 congressional seats represented by Kim Schreier and Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, great members doing outstanding work in tough districts, districts that Republicans could win. If we can help do the work to get them reelected, that'll be part of what puts Democrats back in control of the United States House. The issues couldn't be more important. On basic human rights for women, for the LGBT community, for people of color, on the issue of economic opportunity for all, the Democrats are right and the Republicans are wrong. We need to win those elections. We need to work hard, support Democrats anywhere you can. So I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to say a few words to your convention. I thank you for your efforts. Let's work as hard as we can in the next 5+ months to make sure that Democrats win and democracy is preserved in this country. Thank you.
Two, three. Okay, it looks like we have 2 folks requesting recognition. I'm not sure who got to the microphone first, but Michelle, you seem more enthusiastic. So, sorry, Brian, we're going to go with Michelle from the 6th. State your point, please.
Hi, I just have a quick question. The ballot is showing Minority Report 2, 4, 5, and 6, and we're not 100% sure on which one was the one that was duplicative. We want to make sure that we get the right one.
Number 3 was the one removed as duplicative, or was just withdrawn. Yeah.
There was one where the argument presented by the speakers was said that it's already in there, but it's still here on the ballot.
I think you're speaking to the very first one, Minority Report number 2, full funding of appointed boards. That was the debate around that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Brian is a speaker for the next section.
Okay. And I understand, Brian, you're going to speak in our environmental section, so you're just getting ready. All right, folks, we've got 23 seconds left. Get those votes in. Okay, Hunter Brown, my chair from the 46th. Are you seeking recognition at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right, Hunter, go ahead.
Point of personal privilege. When people are at the mic and there's a lot of chatter, it's very difficult to hear the people at the mic. So if people could please keep their conversations low, it would be greatly appreciated by those of us in the back. Thank you.
Okay, Hunter, the point of privilege is well taken, personal privilege well taken. And just so folks know, we had a much more turnout than was expected. They had to double the size of the room, given our enthusiasm, and the sound system wasn't set up and designed for this bigger room. So we're making do, and we do ask that you keep those conversations low or outside so folks in the back can hear. And I think we have now concluded voting on the education pillar, and we'll be ready to give you some results soon. Do we have someone else seeking recognition at this time? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Sorry. Are you seeking recognition?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. State your name and point.
Timothy Zahn, 20th LD. One of my people is having trouble voting, so I'd like to request an extension.
Timothy, I'm going to ask that one of our folks come to you and go to your computer or table, and we'll get that voting resolved. And if, let's see, Drew, do you want to reopen the ballot? I think that we want to count every vote, but let's see if we can get you a helper and determine what the issue is and how long it will take to resolve. If we can get it resolved in a couple of minutes, we'll do that. And looks like we've resolved it. We have reopened the voting, and just if you could come to the mic and let us know if and when it's resolved. We'll do one more minute. Yes, sir. Is that David? No. Go ahead and state your name and your point.
Bruce Cowan, 24th Legislative District. Our delegation agrees that listening to the recordings during the voting period is interrupting our discussions and making it difficult to think.
Okay, we will take that under advisement, and those in charge of the videos are requested to take that into account. Three. All right, we're going to do one more minute to try and solve this voting item, and then we'll move on. Hi there. I recognize you. Please state your name and your point. We're going to have to get you a mic. There you go.
Gretchen Chambers, LD 13. We are wondering if it would at all be possible to open the vote during discussion because it is difficult to remember particulars when there are several amendments within each pillar.
Okay, that's an excellent suggestion and inquiry. Let me talk to Drew and see if we can technically do that and if the rules permit it. Okay, Gretchen, after consulting with the experts here, the suggestion, while appealing on the surface, raises some concerns technologically and also with respect to the other concerns we've had about people wanting to focus on speakers one at a time. It could also extend by 10 minutes on multiple times the number of ballots, the time that would be allowed to vote. So in lieu of that, I will make sure, for those of you that aren't or can't take a note, I will make sure when we're done with the environmental items, which are the next ones, to recap them, to give you a reminder of what they were. But we'll keep with our process as prescribed. All right, we're going to close voting on the education pillars, and thank you everyone for participating. And let's go through the results of these items. All right, on minority report number 2, relating to full funding for appointed boards, that one carries. There were 562 votes to incorporate the proposed language, 299 votes to not incorporate it. So that carries overwhelmingly. Let's see, minority report number 4, diversity in early childhood learning. The votes to incorporate that are 714 in favor and 148 against. That language will be included in the platform. On minority report number 5, washers and dryers, the Maytag person amendment. Votes to incorporate, 499 to incorporate. Votes to not incorporate the language, 367. We will have the Maytag person in schools. And minority report number 6, with respect to administering public administration of school loans. The votes to incorporate that are 608 yes, 255 no. That language will be added to the state Democratic platform. Thank you all for your work on the education pillar. We are ahead of schedule, and we are going to turn to our environmental provisions. We have 6 proposed amendments, 6 proposed amendments in the form of minority reports, at least by my count. Could be off, but in that order. And we are going to start with minority report number 7 regarding regulation of groundwater. We have 4 speakers total here. I'm sorry, we have 3 speakers total, 2 in favor and 1 against. The first in favor is Brian Gunn from the 31st District. Brian, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brian Gunn from the 31st LD, speaking in favor of adopting this amendment. Fresh water is often taken for granted. We're accustomed to turning on a tap and getting the water we need. That assumption is increasingly under threat, especially from the effects of climate change. As a society, we need to ensure adequate water is available for our population, our environment, our agriculture, and our industry in the face of a changing world. Here in Washington State, in particular Western Washington, we are blessed with an abundance of rain, but we may still face water shortages in the future. The effects of climate change in diminishing our snowpack and making it melt off faster will undermine our water systems as they are presently engineered. Continued rapid population growth and the need to save salmon will place additional stresses on those systems. We must plan ahead for the new environment we will find ourselves in, and we will soon need to start building additional capacity to serve our needs. The Democratic Party of Washington should support these efforts to ensure that there is water for all in the future. In many parts of the country, groundwater resources are under threat from over-extraction and pollution from industrial and mineral extraction activities. In places like the Great Plains and California's Central Valley, aquifer depletion poses a threat to critical agricultural resources, as well as drinking water for millions of people. In Arizona, housing developments built on the assumption of ready groundwater availability are finding themselves without reliable supplies. In areas with heavy fracking activity, wells that once provided wholesome water are getting polluted by intrusion from chemicals injected into rock as part of the oil extraction process. In these situations, I guess I'll have to stop there.
Brian, I think the point was made. Chris Porter, speaking on behalf of the Platform Committee, you're doing a lot of work today. What say you?
I rise in opposition to this because in my time as a King Conservation District Supervisor, I can tell you that groundwater and aquifers, this is not a supply of water that is endless. We are in drought conditions across this state, and in some places it's better than others. And as climate change continues to increase and get worse, we know that those ground level water supplies are lower. My opposition is farming and agriculture uses 40 to 50% of this water supply, and yet in this amendment, they are not centered in it. We cannot have a fruitful, productive discussion about how to manage this unless farming and agriculture are centered in this entire process. It's a hot button issue in King County as farmers and people in agriculture talk about water rights and who and how much one can drill and extract. But the point is, as we look at the progression of climate change and these water supplies, we must, I repeat, must have agriculture and farming centered at the table, and thus they should be centered in this piece. So I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Okay, Chris and Ann Udaloy. Ann, you're speaking in favor. Great, from the first.
Hi, I'm Ann Udaloy, 1st District Democrats, also a professional licensed hydrogeologist with more than 33 years working experience here in Washington State, working on water supply, water contamination, water remediation issues everywhere. Couple of things that I'd like to point out. First, I absolutely hear what Chris is saying, but I want to point out that we have a finite number of water molecules that we're talking about in the state. Some of those molecules are already allocated. Under the treaties, the tribes have access to that resource. They have the first rights to that resource. For the remainder of those molecules are the property of the people of the state. We use our laws and regulations to allocate that resource, but the resource belongs to the people. Now, I want to point out that the first tribe, the Medicine Creek Treaty, was signed in 1854. We didn't pass our first state water code until 1917. 12 years before we passed that code, the Yakima Basin was already over-allocated. I'm saying we need, as a community, to start a conversation about fresh water. There's a gold rush internationally going on trying to privatize and lock up water supplies. In this community, in this Democratic Party community, we have voices from our Native American caucus, we have voices from the Rural and Ag caucus, we have voices from the Environmental and Climate caucus, we have voices from our municipalities and from our legislature. We need to bring our voices together and tackle this time-critical problem.
Okay, Ann. Don't have a second speaker against. That will close that item on regulating groundwater. So maybe try and make a note about your views on that proposed language and how you'll vote when we open the voting. We'll turn now to Minority Report number 8. This relates to decommissioning nuclear plants. It's the first of a number of items related to nuclear energy. Brian Gunn, again, from the 31st, will be speaking in favor of this language, and then we'll hear from our other speakers.
The language from the original platform plank is vague, and it does not define what constitutes premature shutdown of nuclear power plants. The amendment would add language to state clearly that decommissioning of nuclear power plants should occur as soon as cleaner alternative power systems can meet the demands of our power grid. Shutting down nuclear plants as soon as practicable is required because nuclear energy is the riskiest, most expensive, and slowest means of generating new everyday power to meet our daily needs. Nuclear power plants easily and often have taken decades to design, assess for environmental impact, approve, construct, fully test, and license. By the time such plants are in operation, they have required more fossil-generated energy than can be generated with their initial fueling. And once in operation, they generate radioactive waste that must be managed and protected for thousands of years. Water used for cooling the plant is cycled back into the environment, and the waste heat damages ecosystems and natural bodies of water, including contributing to the decline of species, including salmon. Citizens are forced to pay for this expensive energy, including paying taxes for the insurance and government oversight, enabling nuclear plants to operate. The long-term societal cost is higher than the value of the energy the plant may eventually generate. The issue of nuclear power in our platform may come up again today, sure it will, and I would urge you to consider whether it is wise to continue to rely on nuclear power plants, each of which presents itself as a target for terrorists, foreign or domestic, and for which the profit is privatized and the risks are socialized. Instead, we should aim for a decentralized power system that reduces household energy costs and is safer and more democratic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Brian with a Y, Brian Sullivan, is appearing virtually, speaking against this language. Let's see if we can get this language to work.
Hi, yes. Hi, I'm Brian Sullivan from the 45th LD, speaking in support of not adopting this amendment. As described in the rationale for the amendment, in the current text, the reference to carbon-free may be a bit exaggerated, but the same can be said of all clean energy tech, unless all aspects of its entire life cycle are carbon-free. Apart from that nit, it's recognized that current generation nuclear fission facilities carry a toxic waste disposal overhead, as well as the dangerous nature of current nuclear technology in general. However, mandating turn down of nuclear energy presupposes that dangers and waste overheads cannot be effectively managed, and that new nuclear technology will not arise, which eliminates all the waste effects of the current nuclear fission technology. The current text also supports, in effect, the same objectives as the proposed text, except for the mandate to shut down nuclear facilities as called for.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much for joining us. And Mark Boswell is the second speaker in favor of the language. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, Mark Boswell, 31st Legislative District. The basic issue for this change is one related to language. The current statement is basically unclear and inaccurate in a number of ways, as Brian just reflected. And what we're looking for is a change that puts the focus on why we're changing and to what, rather than strictly talking about nuclear power and the systems that currently exist and not violating their current management plan. The existing language talks about premature, which has to do with the management of the existing nuclear system. Carbon-free electricity, which I won't get into because, as Brian mentioned, there is some degree of carbon energy used in everything initially. The big thing with the alternatives is that goes away after one generation. The safety reasons, also reflected by Brian, are where we are now, and that's where we have to make our decision from. So the biggest thing is that when we look at the alternative energies, we're talking about lower cost, lower risk, and faster times for deployment. As Brian already reflected, it takes a long time to put in place new nuclear capacity, but solar can be put in place in less than a year, wind in a couple years, and relatively short time periods for wave and tidal. So the big thing is it changes the wording to put the focus.
All right, Mark, thank you for those remarks. We don't have a second speaker against. So again, Minority Report 8 would add additional language relating to decommissioning nuclear plants. We'll turn now to Minority Report number 9, and I'm trying to speak up for those of you in the back. I've heard that you're having trouble hearing. I'm going to try and speak up. For those of you in the front, I'm sorry if it's a little loud. Minority Report number 9 is expanding nuclear cost analysis requirements. We have 4 speakers here, 2 favor and 2 against. We'll start with the first, Kathy Ozog. Kathy, go ahead.
Hi, I'm speaking in support of the substitution. Nuclear power has been the largest source of clean energy in the United States, accounting for 19% of the total energy produced last year. The Biden administration fully supports revitalizing old nuclear plants, extending the life and safety of the current nuclear plants, and investing in future advanced nuclear plants as part of a clean energy future. The full plan can be found on the fact sheet from the Biden administration. This change in the language simplifies the statement and acknowledges the safety concerns while allowing for the continued operation of nuclear reactors as long as they operate within safety standards. It's also voiced in positive languages, which is one of the goals of the Platform Committee. We all want a cleaner environment for the future, and nuclear power is one of many clean energy options we should employ to achieve our goals. I urge you to accept the substitution language.
Okay, Kathy, thank you for that. I think we may have an interruption in the debate here as provided for the rules, and I'm recognizing a delegation chair. Please state your name and point of information or order.
My name is Joseph Bruning. I'm the delegation chair for the 49th LD. And my point of order is that we have an additional speaker in opposition to the previous item. He was on the way up here. We were waving flags, but we were not recognized. So as the expert for our LD on this issue, I wanted him to have a chance to speak.
I think I heard that. The experts have consulted. The rules required that speakers be prearranged through the committee process, and because that didn't occur in this instance, we're going to follow the rules and proceed and not have kind of impromptu or spontaneous speakers to fill a gap. I hope you'll understand. Let's return to the debate on Minority Report number 9. We had opening remarks in favor from Kathy Ozog. We'll now hear from Tim Noonan. Tim, are you here? You are recognized. Go ahead for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to ask Ann Udaloy to go first.
I don't have Andrew on here. Or Ann. Oh, okay. I didn't hear you through the mask. Yeah, that's okay. The order can be altered there. Ann, you can go first as the first speaker against.
Thank you. They have to bring it down a little bit here.
They're bringing it down.
Thank you very much.
All right, for time.
Go
ahead.
Deloy, 1st District Democrats. So the issue here is that I do not want us to remove the language from the current platform because the current platform includes a consideration of cost. We have always assumed that what we would do is evaluate whether the cost to consumers for relying on old nuclear reactors that are aging out would exceed the cost of the carbon-free electricity that does not add to our waste and contamination burdens or pose the risks that are posed by nuclear power. So I think retaining this language is just common sense. It's just, it's equitable. These are our tax dollars, our rate dollars. This is what we're going to be spending on electricity. And if there's inexpensive electricity available through renewable power, it should be made available to us And we should be phasing out more expensive electricity generated by aging nuclear plants. So I urge you to retain the language so that we retain this lens through which we're evaluating our power supply resources.
Okay, Ann, thank you for those remarks against changing the language. Do I have a delegation chair seeking the floor for a point of information or order? No? Okay, then Shannon, we'll hear our second speaker in favor. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Shannon with the 39th. I am also speaking in support of the substitution. The language in the substitution is clearer, more concise, and more accessible while still acknowledging the real safety and environmental concerns associated with nuclear power. In the interest of simplicity, I urge you to accept the substitute language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. And to close out this debate, speaking against is Tim Noonan.
Hi, my name is Tim Noonan. I am in the 5th LD. This plank is related to, there's an echo, it's difficult to do this. It's relating to the relicensing process. The echo is horrible, I'm sorry. The relicensing process always calls for the review of environmental and safety issues, but it does not always address the cost. So this plank will replicate what's already there. I would ask you to vote no on this one. Let it move on to the next motion, which is a deletion of the original language. It's more important that we have the cost analysis attached to the relicensing of power. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim. That concludes debate on Minority Report number 9 regarding cost analysis requirements for nuclear power. With respect to Minority Report number 10, that's also relating to cost analysis. Whether or not we vote on that depends on the outcome of number 9. So we won't take up number 10 at this time. If number 9 carries, we'll turn to that later in the afternoon in number 10. So we now have 2 petition amendments. These came forward with signatures of adequate number of additional delegates, and they both again relate to nuclear power. Petition amendment number 1 is return to a moratorium on nuclear. And we'll start with Roxanne Thayer. Roxanne, are you here? And Ann, okay, looks like she's here. All right, go ahead, Roxanne.
Okay, and this is number 1, which is asking for a moratorium on a newer expanded, including small and nuclear. I'm from the 34th. My name is Roxanne Thayer. I want to start with the fact that according to the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, that's difficult, the reverberation of this, published last month, 2024, from January to April of 2024, 99.2% of all new U.S. electricity generated is water, wind, and solar, predominantly wind and solar. The dollars invested in SMRs will not be available for use in building out wind, solar, and battery storage resources. These carbon-free and lower technologies are available today and can push the transition from fossil fuels forward significantly in the next 10 coming years, when SMRs and other nuclear will still be looking for licensing approval. Bill Gates's recommendation is already 2 years behind. And if we look at the example of NewScale in Utah, in November of 2023, NewScale was building a power plant, and the cost went up $3 billion in 2015, $9.3 billion in 2023, and the energy projection continued to decline from 600 megawatts to 462. And basically, they burned $185 million a year. This is an extractive, monopolistic energy that will continue to make the United States.
Okay, Roxanne, thank you. We'll now hear from my friend and the 47th's very own Chris Stearns. Hello, Chris. What do you have to say on this one?
I say hello and thank you for recognizing me. I want to just first say that I'm so grateful to be here among friends, and that the Democratic Party has always welcomed and championed Native American rights. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm proud to be a Democrat. My name is Chris Stearns. I'm a representative from the 47th Legislative District, and I also am here because in my during the course of my career, I used to work for the U.S. Department of Energy. And in the legislature, I am the co-chair of the Legislative Nuclear Caucus. So I'm asking people to reject this petition, and just to understand that clean energy technology does utilize nuclear power. Nuclear power is an important part of our current toolbox, and I think it would be crazy to just out of hand reject that. I'm committed to advancing small modular reactors because it also means a lot to me to be able to say we have something to replace the power in the lower Snake River dams, and it is my mission to get rid of those dams and protect the salmon and the orca, and the replacement power that SMRs provide will do just that. And in fact, that's why I sponsored an amendment to our capital budget to include funding for 4 small microreactors in central Washington. So the power is important, it's dependable, and it can be used to take down the dams, and that means a lot to Native American people. So I ask you to reject the petition. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much for that context and argument, and we'll turn back to Ann for a speech in favor.
Ann Udaloy, First District Democrats. Chris, with all due respect, if you're waiting for power for small modular nuclear reactors to come online before we take those 4 Snake River dams down, it's going to be a while. Right now, there are no functional small modular nuclear reactors. But I want to step back a little bit and remember our big picture here. There's one operating nuclear reactor that's generating electricity for us, and it's Plant 2 from the Washington Public Power Supply System that's currently known as the Columbia Generating Station from Energy Northwest. But this is Plant 2 from a planned 5-plant system that was, whoops, the largest bond collapse in the history of this country. Why is the state of Washington solvent? Because we weren't on the hook for that. That was bond payers on the hook for it. And BPA has been helping to remediate the 4 stations that never even generated power, so that risk and cost was federalized. What these amendments are about is socializing the cost and privatizing the power from what is right now vaporware. And I urge us to kind of keep an eye on what's going on here. We have resources that will come online far faster at lower cost and are ready to go. And I would like us to focus on solving the problem at hand. Maintaining the moratorium language in our platform gives us 2 more years to watch what's going on and see whether there's anything good coming out of these systems. Right now, there's not. It's a pump and dump stock scheme, and I ask you to.
Okay, Ann, speaking in favor of the moratorium. And we'll close out this debate by hearing again from Kathy Ozog, speaking in favor. Or I'm sorry, speaking against. Gotcha.
Hi, it's Kathy Ozog again from the 39th. But more importantly, I'm a mother who wants to see a future for my children. I'm urging a no vote. There is no question that nuclear power is clean energy. By using nuclear power, the United States avoided over 471 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions in 2020, more than all other clean energy sources combined. In terms of land use, nuclear power uses less than wind farms or solar plants. Future technology will allow for faster construction. An example of the next generation Natrium plant being built is a joint venture between TerraPower and the U.S. Department of Energy. The Department of Energy is also investing in research and development in advanced UFC, used nuclear fuel recycling. This program aligns with President Biden's goals to offset climate change and reduce reliance on fossil energy through clean energy use. This isn't a choice between nuclear and wind or solar. If we wish to advance to the future, we need to use all of the items in our to continue for a clean energy future. And I urge no vote on this.
Okay, Kathy, thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers on the moratorium on nuclear power energy. Good debate. We'll turn now to our final item here in the environmental platform, again relating to nuclear energy, and the question is whether it should be removed in the list enumerating power sources that are carbon-free. That's kind of the issue before you here. We have 4 stellar speakers, some of which you've already heard from, and you get the privilege of hearing from them again. We'll start with the first speaker in favor, Roxanne Thayer.
Hello, 34th Legislative District. Just to continue what I was saying before, the NuScale project in Utah, just November 23rd, went belly up. Over $12 billion, mostly taxpayer money, was wasted on a nuclear project that in the end could not produce enough power to make up for the money lost. The CEO said, you know, when you're on a dead horse, it's time to get off. In addition to that, the U.S. Department of Energy in 2024 stated that more than 95% of the U.S. has enough sunlight to produce economical energy. Energy and efficiency and clean, renewable energy will mean a stronger economy, cleaner environment, greater energy independence for America. And that's a huge point. With wind and solar and geothermal, we are not energy dependent on another country. The United States only has less than 1% of the uranium assets. There's already talk about fracking for uranium. Otherwise, Bill Gates was going to ship uranium in from Russia. He's proposing to ship his design off to the United Arab Emirates. The fuel that he's going to be using is ultra-enriched uranium, which the U.S. Department of Energy has said is immediately usable for nuclear bombs. The Sierra Club said nuclear is the most polluting energy when you think in terms of radiation damage and nuclear waste. Spreading nuclear disasters will be their own kind of disasters. If you think of the full chain of nuclear cycle from CO2 emissions from time of mining to the building of the nuclear power plants, to the transportation, to all the energy spending and managing the waste, it is not the case that you are reducing CO2 emissions. CO2 emissions.
Okay, Roxanne, I think we got the gist of that. Chris Stearns, back to you on why this should not be adopted and that nuclear should remain in the list of carbon-free energy.
Thank you, Chair Dombowski. Yes, That is exactly what I'm asking, that you reject this petition and keep the platform as it is. I just wanted to add to what I was saying before, that already nuclear energy, and I'm reading from a White House press release, nuclear power has been the largest source of clean energy in the United States, accounting for 19% of the total output of power produced in the US. I would also add that the nuclear energy industry employs over 60,000 hardworking men and women, and that is true here in our state of Washington. And I will let you know that as I worked on the provision this year to provide funding, we enjoyed a tremendous amount of support from our good friends and our allies in the labor unions, including the Building Trades Council, the electricians, and the machinists. And so I do want to mention that this industry and the build out of a small amount of nuclear reactors does enjoy a great deal of support from our friends in labor, and I believe that is important too. So I would just like to end by asking you to reject the petition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Sharon Abreu is back speaking in favor of removing nuclear from the list of carbon-free energy sources.
Thank you. I'm Sharon Abreu from the 40th LD. I have been very concerned about the nuclear issue for many, many years. I remember John McCain saying in one breath about 20 years ago, we have to respond to the climate crisis, and in the next breath is, and we need nuclear energy. I haven't had an experience with the IAEA that did a presentation on nuclear energy at the United Nations, and when I asked these representatives what kind of subsidies are the nuclear industry getting, is the nuclear industry getting, I was told, oh, we don't get any subsidies, and I know that's just patently false. So what can we believe from the nuclear industry? Clean has always been a very problematic term for me as a longtime climate and environmental educator. What do we mean by clean? We were using the word at the UN, and I was a trade union delegate to the UN Commission on Sustainable Development for 10 years, and we were using the term sustainable renewable. We wanted to be very clear rather than using a word like clean, which is very slippery. Nuclear is very far from carbon-free. The mining, the milling, the enrichment of uranium, are just absolutely so polluting. The nuclear, I can't believe I said that. The nuclear, I would say, people shouldn't say nuclear. The nuclear fuel chain is very carbon intensive and normally done on native, tribal, indigenous lands. You can read all about what the Navajo have gone through with uranium mining and the horrible situation in the Congo from uranium mining. We have to define what is clean, what is carbon-free, and what is acceptable. And I think I'm out of time.
Very succinct and to the point, Sharon. Thank you so much. Dan Lewinsky, you're going to wrap us up here, speaking against.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Dan Lewinsky, and I'm from the 10th LD. I urge you to vote no. A year ago, I dove into nuclear's role in the clean energy transition with a somewhat anti-nuclear bias. My lens is from having been an aerospace environmental control systems design engineer for over 35 years, and I have one question. What are we doing to the atmosphere? Global warming is caused by the burning of fossil fuels is the existential threat of our lifetime. It's already causing thousands of deaths in the US each year, many more around the world, and potentially millions with just a 2-degree rise from where we are now. It is creating environmental havoc and destroying ecosystems today, not to mention the global economic and agricultural losses and extreme weather devastations. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory, who I'd like to think is credible on this, says nuclear energy has zero carbon emissions when it's generating electricity, and further states its total life cycle emissions, including mining, which is common to all energy sources, is less than solar or wind. The EPA and the National Institute of Health identified nuclear as clean. For all its flaws, we've used nuclear energy for 65 years. It does not emit greenhouse gases and is not an existential threat. Global warming is. Not utilizing nuclear in a clean energy transition has consequences. Germany notably shut down its last nuclear plant in 2023. Not so noticeably, it fired up coal power plants and their greenhouse gas emissions increased 15%.
All right. Thank you very much, Dan, for those final comments there. That concludes the debate on the additional proposed amendments to the environmental pillar of the Washington State Democrats platform. I'm going to review those as you prepare to vote, just to refresh folks' memory. First one is Minority Report 7, that is regarding regulation of groundwater. Then Minority Report 8, additional language regarding decommissioning nuclear plants. Minority Report 9 relates to expanding the nuclear cost analysis requirements. Number 10 may or may not be taken up later, depending on what happens with 9, so you won't be voting on that. Then we had 2 amendments brought forward using the petition method. The first would request a return to a moratorium on nuclear. That's number 1. And then Amendment 2 would be to remove nuclear as a source of carbon-free energy in the list of those sources. And it looks like I have a flag. Is this our 11th district again? Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a point of information from one of our delegates regarding Petition Amendment 1. Is thorium nuclear energy also being considered as well as uranium?
Okay, is this going to be in order, Mr. McDonald? It is in order. If the speaker if the maker of the motion is willing to answer, is thorium, I'm not an expert, thorium nuclear energy being considered in addition to uranium-based? Would one of the speakers in favor of that like to answer that as a point of information? Roxanne or Ann?
Roxanne Thayer, 34th. Thorium offers its own set of issues very typical to the mining, the shipping, the refining, and it is still on the design block. It has not, it's a pipe dream at this point. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you for that additional information. We are going to open the voting now. Drew, are we ready? We got a thumbs up. We're going to try for 8 minutes of voting. If there are technical or other hiccups, we can extend that. It's now about 2:27, so let's go till 2:35. Let's see if we can complete our voting by 2:35. The ballots are open.
Hello. LD 22.
Okay, LD 22 seeks recognition.
There's a problem with the ballot. I'm going to let Jasmine explain.
Okay, thanks for bringing this forward. Jasmine, can you help us understand?
Hi, if I understand correctly, it looks like in Minority Report 9 in the ballot, it has reversed what is the text to be removed and the proposed text to be added from what's written in the Minority Report.
Okay, and we're hearing a second from the floor confirming that potential problem. We're going to look at the language here with Drew and see what action needs to be taken. So that's on Minority Report number 9. For the floor, there's a concern that the language has been reversed with respect to the voting, and we're going to take a look.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Yes, you are correct. That's been corrected at this point. So if you are still in the ballot, please refresh. If you knew which way you wanted to vote here, don't worry about it. If you would like to replace your previous ballot, please feel free to vote again. It will replace your previous ballot.
Say it again for him.
If you would like, if that created confusion prior in the voting, you are welcome to vote again simply on Minority Report 9 or the rest of it and resubmit your ballot. It will replace the ballot that you already cast. So you are welcome to vote multiple times and have it.
And you fixed the language.
And the language has been fixed, so it is now reflected correctly to match the Minority Report in the drive.
All right, thank you very much for the diligence and observing that. Let's extend voting by 2 more minutes, given that to at least to 2:37. So folks have a little bit of time to check that, make sure they're casting the vote to reflect their views. 2:37, please. Live. All right, I see we have a delegate leader. It looks like the 41st district.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Just asking for a couple of more minutes of extension for voting.
Fair enough. Let's go to 2:40 p.m. 2:40 p.m. All right. We've extended the voting a couple of times, and I'm going to ask the convention to return to order so we can announce the results of today's voting of the environmental pillar. Drew has been counting them up here. While we're returning to order, I'll take the opportunity to just thank you for your courtesies to me. It's really nice to be home in my Democratic Party, and it's wonderful to see everybody working so hard to improve our state and country. And here we go with the votes. Let's bring the House volume level down, the conversations down, so folks in the back can hear. All right, returning to order. On the groundwater minority report, votes to incorporate the language in favor 710, to reject 125. That language will be added to the platform for the party. Minority report number 8, relating to decommissioning nuclear plants. The votes to incorporate that language are 452 yes, to not incorporate 380. Minority report number 8 carries. That language will be added to the platform. Minority Report number 9, nuclear analysis requirements. There were 348 in favor of the language and 482 not in favor. So that language will not be incorporated, and I believe that brings up number 10 for later in the day there. So towards the end of today, there'll be some voting on number 10 because that was not approved. Petition amendment number 1 for a nuclear moratorium. The votes in favor of that were 360, and the votes to reject were 471. That does not carry. And our closest one of the day, it looks like, amendment number 2, which would strike nuclear power from the list of zero emission or renewable fuels, votes to incorporate that language, which would strike it 401, votes to reject it 420. That language does not carry. Thank you very much for allowing me to serve this time as your temporary chair on these 2 items. I'd ask that you please give a warm welcome to a fighter for justice, a real national ground-breaking leader, a glass ceiling breaker, the first woman elected to be president of the Washington State Labor Council, and the first black woman of any state AFL-CIO chapter in the country. Welcome back. Your morning chair, April Sims. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You want to come over to this one?
Well, here, let me just pull this one.
Well, y'all, give a big shout out to our temporary chair, Councilmember Dembowski, for making this look so easy and for guiding us through the first half of our platform discussion and work. Also, I want to thank you all delegates for your attention and your participation in these critical platform discussions. As we continue to consider these crucial platform questions, it's important that we keep our collaborative spirit and our focus clear. So at this time, I'm honored to pass the baton to our next temporary chair, Representative from the 49th District, Monica Stonier. Representative Stonier will be guiding us through the upcoming segment. With her extensive experience and her insightful leadership, she is well equipped to lead us as we dive deeper into the second part of our platform. Please join me in welcoming Monica Stonier to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sims. I am Monica Stonier. I represent the 49th Legislative District. For my folks in the back that are struggling to hear, thank you so much for being here and for your hard work today. Also the first woman of color elected both to that district and previously to the 17th Legislative District, and very happy to represent my Hispanic and Japanese American heritages here with Washington State Party. I also get the distinct honor of representing my caucus in the House as the majority floor leader, which hopefully skills will translate well today. In my day job, I serve the kids and the families of Southwest Washington as a public school teacher. And that provides me some expertise in passing bills like one just this last session that requires us to keep diverse books in our school libraries and classroom libraries. I also get the chance to serve on the Healthcare Committee, which gives me unique opportunities to protect our abortion access and the full range of healthcare options that are necessary to keep people safe and healthy in this state. I want to thank you for your hard work and your diligence, not just today, but in the days leading up to today, to provide direction to those elected officials, colleagues of mine at every level of government in the policy that you pass, but also in the party building and the election of Democrats that you'll be working towards in the coming months. Your work is appreciated, and I know that I enjoy my time with my friends from the party. I served as a national delegate for Barack Obama in 2008 and learned a lot about the party process, and the things that you are working on today are key. I served as the secretary for the 17th LD for a short period of time, and again, really got my eyes open to the hard work and diligence necessary at every LD and PCO level across the state to better serve the people, not only of this beautiful state, but as we continue to lead the nation on issues like the environment, protection, and justice. Your hard work is appreciated by me and by many others. I will continue the rest of this proceeding from the table with my friends over here. Thank you, and it looks like we have a point of order from the floor. The chair recognizes you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Mary Scanlon, the delegation chair from the 37th Legislative District, and one of our standing delegates, who's our state representative, is participating off-site because she has a family member in the hospital, and the delay is causing her troubles with voting. She has narrowly missed 2 votes in a row now by getting in her vote within the final 3 seconds. And so I just wanted to, I don't know if it's possible to correct that delay that we're having, but I just wanted to let you know that it's causing trouble for those of our delegates who are off-site. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll definitely raise the issue with staff. I do know we're doing our best to plan for that delay, and if there is a challenge with voting and that is brought to our attention, I know staff has been working to make sure that we accommodate that with a little bit of an extension. So thank you for bringing that to the attention, and feel free to come forward later in the balloting process if there appears to be a challenge to that process. Now moving on to Minority Report 12. This is an issue relating to funding housing and mental health services for the unhoused. Our first speaker on this issue, Chris Porter.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support the committee's understanding and belief that mental health services, as I believe, are critical. And any and everywhere we can bring those mental health services, particularly for unhoused or homeless, whatever the language people are comfortable in using, is paramount to making it work. That even if you provide the housing, but you don't have solid mental health support services wrapped around this, it all falls apart. So in our view, it is critical to include this in the plank because we do want and believe that the mental health services component to any housing plan, particularly for those that are unhoused, are critical, and urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker in opposition to adoption is Philippa Cassover.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed delegates and elected officials, I rise here today to speak on behalf of the majority vote of the Platform Committee. Our platform states on line 20, all elected Democrats and Democratic Party officials should familiarize themselves with this platform and formulate strategies to turn these beliefs into actions. And on line 23, the platform states, all elected Democrats should create, introduce, support, and pass legislation, laws, ordinances, policies, and plans to implement the pillars and planks in this platform. The majority of the Platform Committee voted against the addition before us today because they see it as an action item rather than a belief statement. The Platform Committee did approve the inclusion of the following planks because we, along with all of you, I'm sure, believe that housing and healthcare are human rights, including mental health care. On line 788, the platform states, we believe it's the proper role of government to provide stable housing to people experiencing housing insecurity and those who are underhoused, to expand the stock of supportive, low-income, accessible, and affordable housing, and to use all tools available to control the astronomical explosion of the costing of housing. And finally, on line 1169, the platform states adequate funding is needed to provide early intervention and preventative services for the behavioral and mental health, including medically appropriate crisis care and community reintegration services. We don't believe the language is appropriate in the platform and would urge you to vote no.
Thank you. And another speaker on the same side of the issue, Matthew Lang.
Hello there, my name is Matthew Lang. I'm coming from the 46 LD. I'm here speaking as someone who is formerly unhoused, as well as someone who has organized deeply with Black, Indigenous, veterans, and LGBTQ communities who are homeless and are facing homelessness exponentially at higher rates than white people and heteronormative people in the state of Washington. I'm not here to oppose mental health services. I'm not here to oppose housing. Those are good things. We should do those things. But there is one sentence here that is deeply troubling to me. When we say that we fund low-cost affordable housing and increased mental health services to eliminate the unhoused by a certain time frame, that to me sounds like giving cover to those who actually seek the extinction of our unhoused population. That is unacceptable. As Democrats, we must vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers on Minority Report 12. Moving to Minority Report 13 now, an issue related to banning private residence purchase by private equities. First speaker, speakers are going to make their way to the podium here. Our first one will be Shayna Deitch.
Don't worry, the staff have texted me. They don't have speakers. And I said we can.
We will move on to the next speaker, Brian Sullivan, and return back to Shayna if possible. And this is a virtual comment, so we'll go to screens.
Hi, I'm Brian Sullivan from the 45th LD, speaking on behalf of the majority vote of the Platform Committee in recommending rejection of this amendment. The main concern with the proposal expressed in committee were that it uses words that are vague in definition, such as discriminatory and arbitrary. Such language has resulted in suits against states due to the impacts of legislation of property values and liability of the state to reimburse the negative impacts of that legislation. Policy improvements, reduced regulatory barriers, and promoting best practices all are laudable goals, but effective housing solutions are more complex than just opening up land use policies. It's better to be specific rather than implying needed changes in policy. For example, if by discriminatory or arbitrary it's meant in regard to zoning, then the platform needs to state that specifically. So I urge you to vote to reject this amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. Sullivan, were your remarks directed at Minority Report 14, referring to housing construction? And do you have other remarks to present to?
Okay, well, this perhaps would have been the other one. Okay. So I'm sorry, I could give those remarks now if that's acceptable.
It is acceptable to the chair. Mr. Sullivan, please proceed.
Okay, thank you again. The main concern with this proposed amendment was that it mandates sale of currently held properties. While it's generally recognized that private equity and real estate investment trusts can have a negative effect on housing availability and affordability, mandating sale of properties does not seem a realistic goal and is undesirable from a property rights perspective at the least. Even those in favor of this amendment expressed reservations about the mandated sale of properties. So I urge you to vote to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have Shayna ready now, so we will go to the top of the lineup here for speakers, Shayna Deitch.
Thank you. I apologize, I was washing my hands. I'm Shayna Deitch. I live in Seattle. We keep hearing that millennials like myself aren't buying homes because we spend too much money on Starbucks and avocado toast. But really, it's because the cost of housing is too damn high. In my neighborhood, starter homes start at $1 million. And despite my husband and I both working full-time, we can't afford that or a down payment. The Seattle Times recently reported that private equity is now buying up 10 to 29% of the homes in Seattle. That was last year. It's a new and disturbing trend. And why are they doing this? We have a shortage of homes, and a scarcity of homes means higher prices. Investors speculate that they will profit handsomely. This further enriches the rich and puts home ownership out of reach for low and middle income Americans. And I worry that I won't be able to build wealth or have more space for kids that I want, or finally stop renting so I can get a corgi. And there's not just one cause of homes being unaffordable, so we need bold and multifaceted solutions to affordable housing. Supporting this amendment means we are working toward diverse policy solutions we need to bring prices down. I urge you to vote to incorporate this amendment to our platform. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Moving on to our next speaker, same side of the issue, Kathy Canderly.
Hi, I'm Kathy Canderly from LD 23, and I look at this as a housing issue. We, as Democrats, are committed to addressing the housing issue, and to have private equity buying up housing so that they can make a profit on it is counterintuitive to providing low-income housing. So I urge a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. That concludes the speakers on Minority Report 13. Moving along now to Minority Report 14 regarding reducing regulatory barriers to housing construction. We have our first speaker, Joel Pitts-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, rising in support. We are in a crisis. I think we all know that. In fact, the Department of Commerce estimated in 2023 that we need to build 1.1 million new homes by 2045. Said another way, we, from the time that report was issued, need to average at building 50,000 homes a year. But 2023 was the lowest number of housing starts per capita since 2013. What that means is that we're falling behind, and the status quo isn't working, and it's not going to work. The Economic and Revenue Forecast Council just revised down their economic forecast for the number of housing starts they expect to see in the next 5 years. And by 2029, we'll be 60,000 homes, more than a year behind where we need to be. We need to evaluate what's going wrong. What's going wrong in our internal processes. Land use is a component of that. Regulatory barriers are a component of that. There are external factors at play, of course, but we need to be able to figure out what are we doing wrong within our own systems. That's at the state level, that's the local level, and it's going to be critical to increasing some of the supply. If we can't do that, the supply will continue to be strained, rent will continue to skyrocket, home prices will continue to skyrocket, and people are going to continue to suffer. So once again, this is a good amendment urging adoption.
Thank you. Moving along to our second speaker, Brian Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, I know you've given remarks before, but in order to keep notes aligned with the subject matter discussed, we'll ask you to give your remarks on Minority Report 14 again.
Thank you for your patience. Okay, so I'm Brian Sullivan from the 45th LD, speaking on behalf of the majority vote of the Platform Committee and recommending rejection of this amendment. The main concerns with this proposal expressed in committee were that it uses words that are too vague in definition, such as discriminatory and arbitrary. Such language has resulted in suits against states, such as in Oregon, due to the impacts of legislation on property values and liability of the state to reimburse for the negative effects of that legislation. Policy improvements, reduced regulatory barriers, and promoting best practices are all laudable goals, but effective housing solutions are more complex than just opening up land use policies. It's better to be specific rather than imply needed changes in policy. For example, if by discriminatory or arbitrary it's meant in regard to zoning, then the platform needs to state that specifically. So I urge you to vote to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker, Robert Fox-Curran. This is a pre-recorded video to play for you all to contribute to the discussion. As you might have noticed, we do have a technical challenge that should be resolved in about a minute and a half, and we'll be getting to that. But for now, we have a point of order being raised from the floor. The chair recognizes the delegation chair.
Jeffrey Robinson, the proud delegation chair of the sweet 16th Legislative District. Madam Chair, I would fanboy over you because you're amazing, but I'll get right to the point. We have a finite amount of time. For many of us in Eastern Washington, we will have to go at around 4 or 5, whether we like it or not. I request and would ask if we could get a ruling from the chair that if a tech glitch takes more than 2 minutes to resolve, we move on and consider the statement abdicated, because it's not fair to those of us who have to drive over the mountains to have moments like what we just had. It does us no good.
Hello, delegates.
Thank
My
you.
name is
Your
Rob Fox-Curran,
point
and I'm
is
speaking
well
today in support of
taken.
my
We
amendment
will
to the party
communicate for you also where we are in resolving the issues. As it turns out, our video is ready to roll. Here we go.
to reduce regulatory barriers to housing construction. As a fifth-generation Seattleite and Washingtonian, a licensed commercial real estate appraiser, and most importantly as the 34-year-old dad of a 2-year-old daughter, I can tell you firsthand how difficult it was to secure quality housing in the city where I grew up. But I won't, because I imagine each and every one of you has either dealt with the same issue or is close to someone who has. At its core, the housing crisis should not be a difficult one to solve. There is not enough supply of housing to meet the current nor future anticipated demand. Last year, the state legislature passed House Bill 1110, which effectively abolished single-family zoning for most communities in our state. To be clear, this did not make single-family homes illegal to construct, but it does prevent local governments from limiting areas to only single-family home construction, a policy which dates back to the early 20th century and had the specific intent to create social and racial segregation between affluent homeowners and everyone else. In UW Professor Greg Colburn's 2022 book, Homelessness is a Housing Problem, he makes the case for why legislation like HB 1110 was necessary and also why future action is needed. Professor Colburn states, residential zoning is one of the seemingly innocuous rules and regulations that has played a major role in the housing crises that are gripping cities around the nation. But zoning isn't the only regulatory impediment to greater housing development. A frequently complex regulatory approval process also explains why construction, both single and multifamily, is difficult to pursue even where it is legally permitted. To help solve the housing crisis, Professor Colburn goes on to make the case that we should be pursuing policies in line with my amendment here today. King County Executive Dow Constantine recently referenced the same book when speaking on the root cause of homelessness, another serious crisis directly connected to this issue. Between Executive Constantine and our Democrat-controlled state legislature, it is clear that policymakers at the head of our party are currently enacting legislation and policy in line with this proposed amendment. I simply ask that we as a party amend our platform to align with these new laws and policies supported by subject matter experts. In my role as the appraiser for the city of Seattle, the fallout from regulatory barriers to housing construction is something I deal with on a daily basis. While some building regulations around safety, quality of life, and legitimate environmental concerns are of course necessary, it is well documented that much of the existing regulatory barriers are arbitrary, outdated, and cumbersome to the process of constructing new homes. Most people I grew up with in Seattle have not been able to afford to buy a home in the place that we've always called home. And I know that's a reality for many people my age and communities all across the state. I want my daughter and everyone in her generation to grow up in a place that they know they won't have to leave just to be able to find and afford a decent home. With that said, I ask that you please support this amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. There is not a second testifier against, so we'll move on to Minority Report 15, Implement Second Home Property Taxes. Starting that discussion. The chair recognizes the delegation chair for a point of order.
Chuck Polachak from the 18th Legislative District. If this question on 13, if the new platform is adopted, which this one is going to be duplicative, it seems, is there a new wording that's starting in line 855 that addresses the same point on the original platform amendment that was approved by the platform committee? It seems that I'd like to know for the 18th what the difference is in line 855. And if not, if there's no difference, I think we should go on to the next amendment.
For 13? He's talking about 13. So we've already completed the debate.
Thank you. Chuck from the 18th, good to see you. The chair believes that the time for discussion on Minority Report 13 has passed and the point of order for that discussion has passed. Moving on to Minority Report 15, our first speaker on this issue is Joel Pitts-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, rising in support of this addition to the platform. Washingtonians in 2022 paid $1.8 billion in rent, an amount that led to 500,000 renters sending more than 30% of their income towards rent and 250,000 sending a majority of it. One of the key pieces of this amendment is the second half, housing vouchers, effectively. We know from the most recent Census Household Pulse survey that 56,000 people in this state believe it is at least somewhat likely that they are going to be evicted in the next 2 months. When you believe you are going to be evicted, you are 3.3 times as likely to experience symptoms of anxiety, depression, nearly every day, 3.3 times. What if there was a lifeline? And this amendment doesn't just get to the lifeline, it gets to the question of how could it be paid for? How could it be paid for in a state with the second most regressive tax code in the United States? And that is the first half of that amendment, taxing second homes. There are 80,000 homes in our state that are only occupied seasonally, and the rest of the time they sit vacant. And it would be so critical to be able to help folks and do so in a way that is making our tax structure more progressive. Thank you, and once again, would urge adoption.
Thank you. Moving on to our next speaker, Chris Porter.
Thank you, Chris Porter, 34th LD, and I rise in clear opposition to this. The notion that this state should be offering an equitable tax structure to anyone who owns a second home, and I live in a county in which Black and brown, poor and disabled people are moved to the north and or south because of that affordability. But given the notion that we should then resurrect some equitable tax structure for people who own a second home, and by the way, if you have that kind of money and you can afford a second home, it should be taxed as a luxury like a boat or one of the other things that I can't think of, but it is a luxury to own a second home in a county that is housing deficit and extremely high. If people are really that concerned about the availability of housing and you have that deep of a pocket, why not just simply not get the second home, which sits empty most of the time, and have that availability on the market? I'm just almost offended at the notion that second homeowners should somehow receive equity in the tax structure simply because they have a second house. We are at a crisis moment of housing in this county, in this state, and any and everything we can do to alleviate that, which doesn't mean that the person or people who have a second home get a break. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, continuing the conversation, Sharon Abreu.
Thank you. I am Sharon Abreu from LD 40. The main thrust of this amendment is that there should be a tax on second home properties that can bring in funds that can make it easier for other people to buy a home and afford the property tax. Where I live on Orcas Island, the income disparity is dramatic. In my 23 years as a full-time resident of Orcas, I've frequently heard concerns that we are going to become like Martha's Vineyard or Aspen, Colorado. Indeed, we have moved in that direction. The island is loaded with second homes that sit empty most of the year. So I'm commiserating with what Chris was saying, but the main thrust of this is there should be a tax. On my road, of the 7 houses in closest proximity, 4 of those are second homes, unoccupied for most of the year. At the same time, many people who provide critical services to the island, jobs ranging from teachers to firefighters and everything in between, that cannot afford to buy a home. Long-term rentals are scarce as well. Our community is struggling to supply affordable housing. My niece and nephew are both in their 30s now. They cannot afford to buy a home, and just referring to some of the early comments we heard from Shana. And even if they could afford the house, they couldn't afford the property taxes on a first home. So let's see how we can help these young people and low-income people to afford a first home. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm seeing a point of order here raised from the floor. The chair recognizes the delegation chair.
Hi, 48th delegation. Point of information from my delegation. Can you define equitable taxation?
Thank you. If there's a previous speaker from the proponent side who would like to bring forth a definition, that would be welcomed by the chair.
Thank you, Madam
see-
Chair. Oh,
yep.
Sorry.
I see Joel at the podium there, and I'll just remind you to limit your remarks to just the request, the definition requested.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Typically, equitable taxing means that if you have more income, more resources, that you're paying a higher share or higher tax rate than people who don't have as high of an income or as much wealth.
Thank you for that. That closes the discussion on Minority Report 15 and the previous reports. Moving now to balloting. We are going to open balloting for 8 minutes and leave you to that work. The chair recognizes the delegation chair for a point of order.
Madam Chair, Todd Lagasty from the 40th LD, requesting a point of information to define and give an example for Minority Report 14, what arbitrary regulatory barriers in housing construction are.
Thank you for the question. We are on to balloting, and to be consistent with the point raised earlier, we are beyond the point of discussion on that particular minority report. We will continue in balloting, although I do see another point of order coming to the floor. The chair recognizes a delegation chair.
Hi, Nada Spencer, LD3. We want to have a point of order, sorry. What constitutes a second house?
Thank you for the question, and to be consistent with previous points raised, we are on to the balloting phase and beyond the point to discuss the minority reports. The chair recognizes the delegation chair for a point of order from the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Todd Lagusty from the 40th LD. I rise to a point of general privilege to ask for about 30 seconds between the close of debate and the call for balloting to allow for points of information to be asked for. Thank you.
Thank you for the request. I believe we can allow 30 seconds for folks to raise a point of question between the discussion on the minority report and when we move to balloting. Okay, the balloting window has closed.
I've closed it. If anyone tries to raise, we have a point of order here, but if anyone tries to raise that.
And a point of order from the delegation chair.
Thank you. Gretchen Chambers, 13th LD. Our table is interested in having more than 30 seconds to allow some brief discussion.
Thank you for the request. We need to make sure that we move the schedule along so that we can conclude the required business at the convention. Unfortunately, the 30 seconds will have to suffice. Moving along to other minority reports. Oh, right. I suspect you all are interested in the results. Before we do that, Minority Report 12. Votes to reject, 540 to the votes to incorporate into the platform, 270. Minority Report 13, the votes to incorporate were higher at 532 relative to the votes to reject, 288. Minority Report 14, the votes to incorporate were 533 relative to the votes to reject, 277. And finally, the Minority Report 15, votes to incorporate 490, won over the votes to reject at 319. Now we will move on to other minority reports, starting with Minority Report 16. This is relating to expanding parental medical leave. This one was withdrawn. I heard on the way up here, this one was withdrawn earlier by the convention, and so we can move to Minority Report 17, removing support for gun buyback programs, starting with Dan Lewinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jake Dorsey, 8th LD. Gun buybacks are theater. They do not work. They do not take the desired types of firearms off the street. They do not pay enough to legal owners to entice them to give up their firearms. If we are a party of truth that believes in doing things that actually work, gun buybacks are not something that belong in our platform. If you would like something that does work and you still like gun buybacks, you need to combine it with something that is effective. Gun ownership banning, outright and full. If you do not do this, it will not work. And that's coming from someone who is a strident Second Amendment supporter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey. Moving on to our next speaker on the issue, Chris Porter.
Hello again, Chris Porter, 34th LD. My peer who just spoke left out one critical piece of this information. Years ago, our very brilliant, Republicanly controlled Congress decided to withdraw the CDC out of anything related to guns. So we lost the ability to have a public health lens on the effectiveness of a buyback program, whether or not it is credible and how it integrates into a bigger gun violence reduction management program. Without that component, a buyback program is the only thing, one of the fewer tools we're left with to try to tamp down on that. The notion that we ought to make sure that the offer should be high enough to entice people is a little weird, but we do know that in other cities they have shown success. What we lack is the one thing that would have really told us the true effectiveness of the policy and its integration into a bigger policy to reduce gun violence, which is our CDC. And without that, we cannot give up this tool. I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion on that minority report. We don't have the other speakers, so we'll move on to Minority Report 18. This is regarding Election Day as a holiday. Our first speaker on this is the returning Joel Pitts Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last time today. I really wish I was a perfect voter, someone who got their ballot and then same day filled it out, dropped it in the ballot box, but I'm not. Sometimes the reality of having a full-time job and a family means that that ballot ends up going in a to-do pile that you get to on Election Day. And I know I'm not alone. I know I'm not alone anecdotally because there's always a line of folks on Election Day at 7:30, 7:45, dropping off their ballots. And I can also say that statistically. In 2023, 400,000 people voted on Election Day. In 2022, it was 600,000. In the last 3 election cycles combined, 23% of all the votes cast were on Election Day. And even though we live in a mail-in state, it turns out that most of us don't vote by mail. 56% of us vote by getting in our car, usually driving over to the ballot box and dropping it in. It's for a variety of reasons. For myself, like many multifamily homes, we don't have an outgoing mailbox. Now, those people who vote on Election Day deserve to have their chance of casting that ballot maximized. I've seen people get turned away at 8:01. And every single vote that is cast, it doesn't just strengthen our democracy, it makes it so that the laws that we pass, the budgets that we enact, the policies that we implement are more reflective, more exhaustive of the very real challenges faced by the 7.9 million people who call Washington their home. Thank you, and once again, urge adoption.
Thank you for that. The next speaker on this issue is the returning Chris Porter.
Chris Porter, 34th LD again. This is the federal election national holiday in which the committee felt it was not necessary because we have mail-in ballots across the state and should there effectively take care of this in this holiday, and in addition to its burden on employers to have to cover the holiday, would not be needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this issue, Sharon Abreu.
Thank you, Sharon Abreu here once again, and for the last time today from LD 40. Many people still wait to vote until Election Day. It's true that with mail-in ballots, we have the option to mail them in or drop them off before Election Day, and I really appreciate that option. There are many reasons why people might, however, wait until Election Day to vote, ranging from family or work commitments to simple overwhelm. Perhaps ballots quickly get buried under a pile of papers or mail. As Democrats, we understand the need for all Americans to have easy access to voting. And for voters in many states, that still means having Election Day be a federal holiday. As the Washington State Democrats, we are leaders, often being one or more steps ahead of federal legislation or action. So we move things forward that way. By showing that we support making Election Day a federal holiday, we are setting an example for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. I'm waiting a few moments to make sure we don't have any questions on that before moving on to the next minority report. Seeing none, we can move on to the minority report 19, healthcare workers being based in community. Our speaker on this issue to open the debate is Tim Noonan.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Noonan. I'm from the 5th LD, speaking for the Platform Committee. This is a substitute pillar that has a couple of sentences added to it that are descriptive, that better identify the needs of and the benefits to local communities. This is a minor addition to the existing language that I think is very beneficial and empowers communities. I ask you to vote for this substitution. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're waiting for other speakers to come to the microphone. Here we go. Jeffrey Robinson. We'll wait for you to run across. It's all right. Do it safely.
And after I made that big deal about taking too long, this is karma. Karma. All right, now that I've thoroughly embarrassed myself, Madam Chair, I'll do it again. I love the idea behind this, but the reality is that if you're gonna make a comment like this, it needs to be more fleshed out, and we need to do more work on it, because our history has taught us that when you try to speak for marginalized communities, you can have the best of intentions, but you can also cause more damage, more harm, and more alienation and distract from the real issues at hand. And I think if we're going to avoid that, and I say this as an autistic gay man and sexual assault survivor, I think that if we're gonna ask for equity and we're gonna ask for representation in the way this thing is trying to do, it needs more time to percolate, and let's cook this wonderful meal so everyone can have a piece. Thank you. Told you I'd humiliate myself again.
Thank you for that. Now that we have our other speaker at the microphone, we will go to Elizabeth Alexander for your remarks.
Elizabeth Alexander, 35th LD. I am speaking against this this minority report addition due to the fact that we feel it is poorly written. The language is trying to say that people who are more minority represented want health care from people like them. And what is written seems to sound like we want health care from other Washingtonians. And so we would like to clarify this language and resubmit it in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. Waiting for a moment to make sure there are no questions on that minority report before we move on to the next. Seeing that there is nobody coming to the microphones and that our next speakers are prepared, we will go to Minority Report 20. This is regarding the platform preamble, regarding implementation, starting with Janice Bristol.
Greetings, fellow Democrats. Job well done today. We are near the end. We are now going to discuss the implementation of this platform. We believe, I'm going to read 2 bullet points. All elected Democrats and Democratic Party officials should familiarize themselves with this platform and formulate strategies to turn these beliefs into action. Point 2, all elected Democrats should create, introduce, support, and pass legislation, laws, ordinances, policies, and plans to implement the pillars and planks of this platform. There is a third one. All Democrats have the right and responsibility to advocate for the implementation of the planks and pillars. I'm asking you today to reject this 4th bullet point. The 4th bullet point reads as follows. The platform must be implemented by those Democrats we have elected to represent us. I ask you this, what kind of relationship do we want to have with our elected officials? Do we want to be partners or do we want to be adversaries? Please reject this line. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next speaker, Tim Noonan.
Thank you. My name is Tim Noonan from the 5th LD, speaking again. The charter defines the platform as our party's policy standard. We work very hard to elect Democrats. This plank empowers us to expect representation of our party's policy standards, and I ask its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers on this minority report. I'm just waiting a moment to make sure there are no questions that arise, but for the convention's information, the next minority report we will take up will be Minority Report 10, which is back in order as a function of actions taken on Minority Report 9 earlier. Seeing nobody come with questions regarding the previous minority report, we will move on to Minority Report 10. And our speakers for that are Steve Verhey.
Thank you. It would be best if we struck this language from the platform, not least because it is not needed. Washington state law already requires utilities to conduct cost-benefit analyses as part of their integrated resource plan, and it covers all sources of power. Specifically, RCW 19.280 requires lowest reasonable cost, defined as follows. It means the lowest cost mix of generating resources in conservation and efficiency resources determined through a detailed and consistent analysis of a wide range of commercially available resources. Such an analysis was done in 2013 for the Columbia Generating Station, which, by the way, is publicly owned. Our nuclear power plant is publicly owned and operated by Energy Northwest, not a private company. So that which the plank requests is already law and is already being done. As we parse what the rest of the plank actually says, we need to keep in mind that the design life of nuclear power stations is 80 years or longer, as it is with dams. And like dams, they're subject to relicensing. Finally, this plank's anti-nuclear vibe reminds those of us who live in Eastern Washington that the Democratic Party's perceived opposition to nuclear power costs us votes. Jeffrey Robinson would be happy to bend your ear about this reality. And finally, I want to thank Chris Stearns for his leadership in the legislature on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on this issue is Tim Noonan.
Thank you, but I would like to defer to Ann Udaloy to take the first position, please.
Can you hear me?
Just one moment. The chair believes that I've only been given 2 speakers predetermined on this issue. I will clarify. Just one moment, please. Thank you. To be consistent with the operations of the convention, we are going to proceed with only those speakers that were pre-identified per the process before this moment. So Tim, if you would come to the mic for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tim Noonan, 5th Legislative District. As I spoke before, let's see, there's one point I should make real quick, is that legislation is not about creating new laws in most situations. It's about amending laws. So a law that exists currently can always be amended and changed. What this plank suggests that we're able to do is to incorporate the cost analysis into the relicensing process for generating facilities. And I think that's important. As I said earlier, I'll leave it at that. And thank you all for taking the time to work through the platform today. I think this is the grand finale. Thank you.
Thank you. And while I wait for a moment to make sure no questions arise regarding this minority report, I will just let the convention know that the balloting window will open for 8 minutes here in just a moment. Seeing nobody coming to the mic with concerns, balloting is open. I have a point of order here. The chair recognizes delegation chair for a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise because I was hoping you could give us an approximate time frame of the business that we have left, because for many of us from Central and Eastern Washington, it's hard to stay past 4, and it would be easier if we had a better idea of the time frame. I know I personally do not want to be going through Snoqualmie at night. It's very dangerous for many of us. So just guidance from you or our state party chair about how much longer we think the business will take.
Thank you so much and appreciate your dedication to the party's work to make that drive. The chair will be calling for a vote of acclamation for the final platform to try and make sure we are judicious with time. There will be about 30 or 40 minutes of discussion after my portion of chairing, and that hopefully gives you an estimate of the time that you've requested.
Yes, same.
When things start collapsing. Bruce Cohen.
The chair recognizes Bruce Cohen for a point of order.
Hello, Bruce Cowan here from the 24th LD. There were 3 other chairs here just a moment ago about the same thing. It's about the wording of the choices on Minority Report 19. The choices do not seem to be resolvable, or the intent of the voter is hard to determine.
Thank you, Chair. We are checking into that.
Hi, Bruce. I think the word that is out of step that you're looking at is vote to reject old text. Vote to reject new text should be the old and new is reversed in the second option. This has been resolved. To be clear, you can refresh your ballot on Minority Report 19. If you were confused on the direction there, feel free to revote.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Delegation Chair.
Hello, John Latta, LD 17. I've got an easy question from my group. Will there be final ballot results in the report after the convention?
Yes, there will be. Thank you for the question. That was easier. The chair recognizes Delegation Chair Tennyson for a point of order.
Thank you. We have a delegate who is remote from the 45th, and she wishes to abstain from voting for Minority Report 10. How does she do that?
Thank you. The option to abstain has been added and was not there before. By refreshing her ballot, she should be able to choose that option.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Delegation Chair from the floor for a point of order.
Hello, Graham Murphy, Chair of the 34th. I'm going to defer to my member, Chris Porter.
Chris Porter, in the ballot that's just reissued, the first option, although worded differently, still leads you to the same conclusion. That is that the option, I believe, should read, accept the current text, reject the new text, and then option B should be reject the current text, accept the new text. But they sort of word where you're leading, it's the same thing, if I've said that correctly.
Okay, I'm reading straight from the refreshed ballot here. The first option is to vote to incorporate new text and strike old text. The second option is to vote to reject new text and maintain old text. So again, if you refresh your ballot, maybe yet again, you might see those clarified options available to you. Thank you.
That's not circular, right?
Okay. The chair recognizes a delegation chair for a point of order from the floor.
Just point of personal privilege. Could we please get 2 more minutes to vote?
Thank you for the request. We are going to keep balloting open for 2 more minutes. Thank you. The chair recognizes the delegation chair for a point of order from the floor.
Thank you. LD 22, Susan Herring. This is a comment from one of our remote delegates that cutting the meeting short at 4 cuts out some of the most integral conversation in America as a whole right now about calls for ceasefire. It is grossly negligent, manipulative, and not genuine to ask for the meeting to be closed less than 10 minutes before they want to close it. Sorry, there are just issues I really care about.
Thank you for your point, although that is not a point of order, that is a comment. Do you have a point of order to make?
My delegate would like to extend the meeting for approximately 15 minutes to get to the discussion of, what did she say? I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it.
The motion is not in order. We are currently in balloting for adoption of platform, and we're on that agenda item at this point. For the convention's information, the required business by the charter, by rule of the charter, is to make sure we adopt a platform. We will not conclude business until that is completed. Another point of order from the floor.
Yes, my apologies for yet again bothering you. Madam Chair, I request that you remind the delegates that personal attacks like what we just heard, which was directed at me, are a code of conduct issue. That was not appropriate to accuse those of us making point of order requests about time limits of manipulation. It was taken as a personal attack, and I will tell you I did not appreciate it.
Thank you. The questions about making sure we have enough time to both do the business necessary by hearing all points, for example, extending time for folks to ask clarifying questions has been honored, and in balance with making sure we move expediently through the business so that folks who've traveled from long ways can still commit to their time home. The chair will continue to keep that perspective in balance. The chair recognizes delegation chair from the floor.
Let's talk. Oh,
Mary.
Hi. Yeah, this is Mary Scanlon of the 37th, and one of our virtual delegates is having trouble voting and asked if it might be possible to get an extension of maybe a couple of minutes so she could vote.
We have extended the time already by 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we have time for one more point of order from the floor before balloting closes. The chair recognizes delegate chair.
Chair from the 48th, we have a point of order question about whether or not there will be speakers for and against the adoption of the platform, which is next.
There will not be speakers for and against adoption of the platform. Thank you. Okay, ballot time is closed and we are pulling the results to share with delegation. Okay. Okay, the chair will now share with the convention the results of the votes on the minority reports. Minority Report 17, the prevailing vote was to delete by 774 votes relative to the votes to reject at 605. Minority Report 18, prevailing vote was to incorporate for 455 votes relative to those to reject 326. Minority Report 19, votes to incorporate prevailed with 395 votes relative to 361 to reject. Minority Report 20, the prevailing vote was to reject by 446 votes relative to those to delete 325. And finally, Minority Report 10, the prevailing vote was to reject by 454 votes relative to those to delete 325. The chair, given that there is only the vote to adopt or to not adopt, would like to take the vote to adopt the Democratic platform by acclamation. Are there any objections? Those don't look like objections. Therefore, let's move on to that vote. And by your vote of acclamation, the Democratic platform is adopted.
Do not recognize anybody for any purpose until we change chairs. Please, there's a motion to adjourn.
Oh, I'm going straight to Shasti next. It has been a pleasure to preside over this portion of the convention. Thank you all for your work. Happy Pride. And I will now hand the gavel over to Shasti.
All right. Thank you so much, Representative Stonier. We really appreciate it. Okay. I am going to make this ask understanding that I know many of you have traveled far and you are going to have to travel far to get home. But the business of the convention includes these resolutions that are coming up. I'm going to ask folks to stay until 5 when we really truly do lose the room, and that we please get through these resolutions and make sure that people feel heard in this process. I'm asking you as chair. We have done such an incredible job through this convention. We are so close, folks, and I want to make sure people have an opportunity to feel heard, and then we're going to move this along, okay? Thank you so much. And with that, I will hand it back over to the permanent chair for April Sims.
You need to
Thank Madam Chair. All right, siblings. First, let's give a big shout out to Representative Stonier for her leadership, guiding us through the second part, excuse me, of that platform discussion. And thank you all for continuing to engage in such a productive discussion on our platform. Before we transition to the next part of the agenda, I want to invite you all to join me in a quick solidarity stretch. Some of my labor siblings know what I'm talking about, but if you are willing and able, I want to invite you to stand up, because we are standing up for justice, unity, and equity today. All right, and if you are standing, I want to invite you to raise your hands high above your head and stretch. We are reaching high, building a vision where everyone can thrive. And I want you to feel your feet. Take a moment to just feel the ground beneath you, knowing that we are rooted in our collective love for each other and for our shared community, rooted in our shared history. Now I want to invite you to bend down and reach for your toes. Yes, yes, to the extent that you can. We are challenging ourselves to go deep and be thoughtful about the work ahead. Now join me please in standing up and stretching your arms out wide. We are only able to do this work together, united in our solidarity and our collective belief that we are each other's keeper. Now I want you to rotate to the left, because we always go left. Rotate to your other left, because we never go right. And then I want you to look around with your arms out and remember that we are all in this together. Now join me in a collective breath. I'm going to ask you to breathe in and smell the flowers. Deep breath through your nose. Hold it for a count of 1, 2, 3. Now blow out the candles. Deep breath through your mouth. Big sigh. Thank you all so much. You can have a seat.
You have the delegation chair who's been standing for 2 minutes down there at the microphone. She put her flag down, but in green.
Oh, okay, delegate at the, I have 2 delegates at both mics. Which delegate?
She was the one I saw first.
Okay, delegate on, I believe that is my right-hand side, your left. For what purpose do you rise?
This is Gretchen Chambers, LD 13. We have a motion. I'm introducing Steve Verhey.
Sorry, there's a motion to introduce a speaker at the mic?
Well,
Let me,
I think he has a motion to make, and I need to hear what it is before I can tell you what it is.
okay, state your motion, please.
The motion is to let Steve Verhey introduce the motion.
If he's a delegate, that doesn't require a motion.
Madam Chair, Steve Verhey, 13th LD. We have 5 resolutions ahead of us. The 2 at the top of the list currently pertain to nuclear power. The next 3 are in regards the situation in Gaza. I move to move the nuclear resolutions to the end of that list so that we can consider the Gaza ones first.
The motion's in order is a motion to suspend the rules to find out if there's any objection. Because we may not need to take a vote.
It's been moved and seconded that we move the discussion on the resolutions regarding nuclear power to the end of the discussion. Is there any objection? Seeing none. There are objections. Okay.
Takes a 2/3 vote to do it.
Okay. So amending the agenda, or suspending the rules to amend the agenda requires a 2/3 majority. How do you want to do this vote? Is this a, excuse me, let me confer with the parliamentarian. Is this a voice vote? So we'll need 2 minutes to set that up so folks can vote electronically. We'll remain at recess for 2 minutes. Okay. I have delegates at the mic. Delegates at the mic, are you speaking to the motion before the body?
Yes, point of order. I'm going to yield to Roxanne Thayer.
Hello, I'm the author of the nuclear resolutions, and I would like to put the resolutions on Gaza before those and move the nuclear resolutions back.
I believe that that is the motion on the floor.
Yes, and as the author, I am agreeing with it.
Okay, fantastic. Is there any further debate? Well, there's
Yeah, I know. I don't think she was. We have to vote, so.
Okay, seeing no further debate, staff is preparing the vote electronically. Delegate at the mic, would you like to speak to the motion before the body?
I would, but I would, Shannon Turner, LD 23, but I'd like to make a motion to have Kathy speak on this.
I would like to reject this amendment or motion because I think we can do the nukes much quicker and faster and leave the long discussion for the end.
Hearing is telling me that this motion is not debatable, so my apologies. We will then remain in recess. Okay, we are ready to vote. We are going to open the voting. The question before the body is to suspend the rules and move the discussion on the nuclear energy to the end of the resolution discussion and move immediately to discuss the Gaza resolutions. We are going to leave this open for 6 minutes. If you use the barcodes on the screens in front of you, you are voting on reserve ballot number 1.
For folks who have the Google Drive open, if you go into the list of ballots, there are 4 links for 4 reserve ballots. You can access this one here as well. That is reserve ballot 1, also displayed on the screen as a QR code.
Delegate at the mic, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of information.
Personal information?
Yes. How many people were credentialed at the beginning of the convention and how many voted on the last ballot? Thank you.
I don't know how many. I don't know the number. How many were 1,020? That's the 9 a.m. Somebody called it. 1,023 checked in, over 700 voted on the last ballot.
You don't want me to get the actual number?
Well, 700 how much? 779 voted on the last ballot.
There is an issue with the tabulation. There's a, read that out and see.
Yeah. 779 voted.
Okay. To the delegates' question as to how many registered or credentialed delegates we had and how many voted on the last ballot, there were 1,023 delegates checked in at the start of the convention this morning, and 779 delegates voted on the last ballot. Delegate at the mic, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Chair, Todd Lagaste from the 40th LD. I rise to a point of order to challenge the ruling of the chair that a vote by acclamation to adopt the platform was in order when rule number 12C states all votes will be conducted via virtual ballot using the unique voting identification code distributed to each seated delegate, and we had a ballot ready and waiting in the ballot links.
Thank you, Delegate. I'm told by the parliamentarian that we have moved on to other business, so the time to question the ruling of the chair has passed, and your point of order is not in order. Thank you. Close. 6 minutes on the clock. I assumed it would close after that. Delegates, we are closing the voting. Okay, the votes have been tallied. The question before the body was to suspend the rules, suspend the rules and move the agenda, move the nuclear resolutions to the end of the agenda. With 548 votes in the affirmative and 177 votes in opposition, the motion carries and the agenda has been modified. Delegate at the mic, for what purpose do you rise?
Yes, Graham Murphy, Chair of the 34th. We're wondering what is quorum and if we're at quorum still?
Okay.
We clearly have no quorum problem. More than 60% of the registered delegates voted.
Quorum is
Quorum percent. Sorry, at most.
I'm told that quorum for this body is at 40%, and we are well over quorum. Okay. All right, seeing no other delegates at the mic, I now have the honor of introducing our next temporary chair, Councilmember Balducci, who will lead us through the next portion of our agenda, focusing on the 6 resolutions before the body. Councilmember Balducci brings her years of knowledge and leadership, and we are confident that with her help, we will get through the resolution discussions with care and compassion and efficiency. So please join me in welcoming Councilmember Claudia Balducci to the podium.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. And I recognize where I am on the clock, so I just want to say 2 very quick things before we get right into it. First of all, welcome to District 6 in King County. This is the district I represent. We're so glad to have you all here today. And second, I just want to make a note of personal gratitude. 9 years ago, this convention was held on the same weekend that my little brother got married in New York, and I had to go to New York to be at that wedding instead of being here to accept a great honor, one of the greatest honors that I've received, which is a Warren G. Magnuson Award as the Washington State Democratic Elected Official of the Year. So very belatedly, thank you. I believe we got that for flipping East King County blue, and we only did it with all of your help. And with that, I'm going to step down because it's time to finish the business of the day. Let's do it. Okay, so just get myself together here. That's a little blurry. All right. My notes say that we lose the room very shortly after 5 p.m., so we need to work fast through this. And as we've already seen, we're covering some resolutions now, and these are all on very challenging subject matters. But we ask that people keep focused. Let's say what we have to say, hear each other out as Democrats, and with our values and our different points of view, but let's work through the resolutions and hopefully get them finished before 5 o'clock. That's the goal. Under the rules of the convention, no new resolutions may be removed from the slate, and the resolutions are no longer able to be amended at this time. Those processes have completed. The debate on these topics will probably look very similar to the minority reports, with 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against alternating, with 2 minutes for each speaker. We will go through debate on all 6 resolutions and then vote on each using a combined ballot. In order to save time, we've asked that the debaters for resolutions 19 and 20 combine their discussion because those resolutions are almost identical. And we'll go work through that. Those are the 2 nuclear energy ones, and I did follow the last vote, so those will come at the end. So we will start with resolution number 22. All right. Is it up? Okay. I'll call on the first speaker, which is Senator Lisa Wellman.
But I mean, I'm not Lisa Wellman. That's not Senator Wellman. I'm not Lisa Wellman.
Where is Lisa?
Is she here? It's hard to see from here.
You have the view of the podium mics there.
Oh, they're there.
Mics.
I'm not seeing the speaker, so I'll move on. I'm so sorry. Welcome, Senator Wellman. Please go ahead.
No, thank you so much, and I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk. You know I'm a politician, but this is not my resolution. I haven't seen it, and I can't speak to it. Sorry.
Right. How did that happen?
So, Lisa
Let's give us a moment.
So, Lisa is speaking against the resolution, not in favor. So, she's speaking.
Let's give us a moment. So can somebody please describe the motion, because we've got confusion between what the speakers think they're being asked to speak to and what's actually happening. Can someone describe the motion, please? To the
Sorry, folks. So what is occurring here is your resolutions are listed in your Google Drive with a recommendation from the Resolutions Committee. In the instance of these 3 resolutions coming forward, they are recommended as do pass. Individual delegations can pull or, as a colloquialism, can amend that recommendation. So the motion on the floor is to amend the recommendation of the committee from do pass to do not pass. So speakers who are speaking in favor of the motion are those arguing against passage of the resolution. Those speaking against the motion are speaking in favor of passage of the resolution in all 3 instances.
Is there a point of order at the speaker, at the microphone?
I have a motion to request that all resolutions are considered on separate ballots.
He did not obtain, no, I'm sorry, he did not obtain.
One moment, please. The motion is to have all resolutions voted on separate ballots.
He did not obtain. He's out of order. He needs to have a microphone in the course of debate. When there's business pending, we have business pending, which is resolution 22. We can't interrupt business pending. Is there no time from now on when anybody could make that motion? Between resolutions, but resolution 22 is under discussion. Okay. Yeah, but so we're going to, but we'll pass. We'll pass. On resolution 22. That's
Okay.
what he's asking about.
Okay. In response to the point of order, I'm going to interpret the point of order as a question about whether we could take up a motion, because this is not a time for a motion right this moment. And the parliamentarian is telling me that we can take up a motion to segregate the ballots after we have finished discussion that has already begun on resolution 22. So please hold that thought, and there will be a time for it. Okay? All right. So the discussion before us is on a motion to change resolution 22 from a do pass recommendation to a do not pass recommendation. And my list of speakers said that Senator Wellman was speaking in favor of that. If she is not, then I will call on Carol Brown, who I believe is the next speaker, speaking in favor.
Hi, I'm Carol Brown, 41st District State Committee person. I'm really worried for my Jewish community here in Washington. These are our neighbors and our friends, and these resolutions could have a real negative impact on them because it's overly broad language that could be misconstrued. And it could also amplify unresolved and volatile allegations that could put our Jewish friends at risk. This resolution also omits key data points that demonstrates the actions that both Israelis and Palestinians have suffered at the hands of Hamas. Resolutions like this can raise the temperature of the conversation locally, and that can lead to hate crimes against Washingtonians of the Jewish faith, while doing little to actually end the conflict 1,000 miles away. Between October 23rd and January of 2024, hate crimes against Jewish populations have increased nearly 400% in the United States. There are so many examples to share, but here are a few. After the Seattle City Council passed a resolution in favor of the ceasefire, the largest synagogue in the area was horribly vandalized and desecrated. After the Washington State Democrats passed our resolution in January, and that was in the news, local synagogues received bomb threats. A few weeks ago, a Jewish family in Green Lake had their windows smashed, and the police have strong evidence that this was a hate crime. Sadly, the local Jewish community knows in its bones the life and death impact of
Thank you very much. The first person on the list to speak against the amendment, the resolution, is Wafa Hassoune.
Hi, Wafat Hassoune, District 46. I'm a proud Palestinian American, and I'm turning to the Democratic Party today for support. I am terrified for my safety and my communities and my people's safety. The three resolutions that we will be voting on related to Gaza are about advocating for human rights. I want to know if the Washington State Democratic Party will stand by its stated values and stand up for the Palestinian people who have witnessed some of the most horrific violence inflicted on them in the last 8 months. I have watched in abject horror at the images coming out of Gaza, sobbing at what I see. I am haunted by the images of the newborns left to die in a NICU after the medical staff were forced to leave under gunpoint. My ears ring with the 6-year-old Hind's last pleas to rescue teams over phones because she's trapped in a car with 5 dead relatives, only to have the ambulance coming to rescue her and her have 300 bullets aimed at them. I wonder about how a child is supposed to heal when he carries his brother into a hospital in a backpack, his dead body in a backpack. My heart breaks reading that the people in Gaza can still hear the screams of the people trapped under the rubble and can do nothing for them. I want to hug each and every one of the 17,000 children with no surviving family, 17,000. I basically am seeing my father's trauma relived over and over in live stream. He was forced as a 10-year-old out of his town in Palestine in 1948. He marched for days, and he stood also in UNRWA lines for aid. Please vote to pass this resolution.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tamara Erickson.
Hi. Tamara Erickson, 1st LD. I urge you today, as both a Democrat and a Jew, to support all 3 ceasefire resolutions. As a Democrat, it is clear that the majority of us, 77%, believe President Biden should demand a permanent ceasefire from Netanyahu's government. As a Jewish Democrat, I'm told that I should toe the party line and support unlimited resources going to the state of Israel. But my values, my Jewish values, affirm the intrinsic worth and equality of all human life and compel me to stand in solidarity with my Palestinian brothers and sisters as they continue to watch their families and communities suffer and die under American bombs. Palestinian freedom and Jewish safety are intertwined. We cannot have one without the other. And I am not alone. I am not alone in wanting a permanent ceasefire. I am not alone in wanting a return to funding UNRWA. I am not alone in wanting an end to the unconditional military support of Israel. And I am not alone in demanding that this violence not be carried out in my name. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. We want to re-elect Biden. We want a candidate who will stand up for universal human rights, a core democratic value. And that is why I am asking you to please vote yes on all 3 resolutions and tell our Democratic Party that never again means never again for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is the end of the list of speakers on Resolution 22. Before we move to Resolution 23, there was a request to consider a motion to separate the balloting. And I just need to tell you all that if we were to do that, we would not get through this agenda. We would have to all leave before we could finish the agenda. So on the grounds that we are here to conduct the business that was set out on the agenda in advance of the meeting, I believe that that motion would not be in order because it would be impossible to complete our business if we took up that motion. So I will pause for a moment. There's a speaker with a flag, so the delegate has the floor. Please go ahead.
Brian Gunn, 31st LD. I'd like a point of information. Have the resolutions that were not pulled been passed?
They have not. It would be a combined vote at the end to pass all the resolutions as together and then to pass the report as amended. Thank you. All right. Moving on to Resolution 23, and this is a motion to pull Resolution 23 and change from a do pass to a do not pass. And I will call on the first person to speak is Representative Tana Sen.
Thank you. I am Tana Sen, State Representative from the 41st. Just want to emphasize that there are 3 resolutions on this topic. I urge you to pass the first one and oppose the other 2. We, in the first one, are making the important points that we express profound sorrow over the loss of life in Gaza and Israel, that we want a ceasefire agreement that includes the release of hostages. In the following resolutions, there's additional controversial information calling, for instance, for refunding UNRWA, does not see Hamas as a terrorist organization and has hundreds of employees who are serving in Hamas and have facilities that have been found to contain terror infrastructure. Humanitarian aid is critical, but we can find other organizations to provide that. Do we need another resolution on this same subject that moves us further from, rather toward agreement? I would venture to say no. In fact, the Platform Committee also agreed. There was an 18-0 vote for the first one and 13-9 on the second. We have 1 resolution on abortion, 1 on homelessness, 1 on mental health. Do we need 3 on Gaza? We are a party of a Democratic big tent and disagree on many issues. Let's not ostracize Jewish voters who are a key voting bloc for Democrats and are our friends and neighbors. Rather, let's together send the message in the first one that we want peace in the Middle East and in our Democratic Party. 1 resolution doing that is sufficient. Please vote no on this and the 3rd resolution.
Thank you. The next person to speak is David McBail. Welcome.
Hey, I'm David McBail. I'm a Palestinian-American delegate and lifelong Democrat from Seattle's Capitol Hill. As an Arab American, I think a lot about our military and how it impacts the world. In 2005, the UN passed the doctrine which says, and I quote from the UN website, "The responsibility to protect embodies a political commitment to end the worst forms of violence and persecution." This means we, as a UN member, have a responsibility to protect. That means not providing military aid to Israel. In December, President Joe Biden signed into law an $886 billion defense spending bill. We spend more money on our military than any entity in history has ever spent. On top of the billions we already send to Israel annually, We have sent an additional $12.5 billion in military aid to Israel since October 7th. There was no military solution to Iraq and Afghanistan. There is no military solution to the situation in Gaza. Our government admits this, and so does Israel. I live in District 43 in Seattle, a district where people are literally dying for housing and healthcare. And what about childcare? Did you know that Multnomah County in Oregon has free pre-K? They have the capacity to imagine a better world where we are more responsible with our money. This room is full of leadership, and yet I see us waiting for someone to tell us what is right and what is wrong. Earlier, we debated funding schools, and delegates talked about where should the funding come from. It's right here in the military budget. The money we spend on our military not only takes away from our lives here, but it has a direct impact on the lives of Palestinians, just like it did on the lives of those in Iraq and Afghanistan. There is no person in this room whose life is more valuable than a Palestinian or anyone else anywhere in the world. Vote to pass this resolution and oppose the continuing transfer of military aid to Israel until we are sure they are following international.
Thank you. The next person to speak is Jeff Robinson.
First of all, you're doing a great job, Madam Chair, and thank you so much. I am going to speak from the heart on this because this is really hard for me. I love that we have so many people that care about the preservation of human life. That is what differentiates us all from the opposition. We care. But here's the thing, folks. If you pass one resolution, we are making a powerful statement. We are telling the world enough. If you pass 3, I don't know what the statement is, because 2 of the 3 become redundant. I think we should pass one of the 3, the one that matches who we are the best and sends the strongest statement of our values in relation to the issue that we are being confronted with, and let that be the foundation upon which we build a stronger, safer, and secure world. And I will say this, there is no life that is less valuable than another, but in seeking to protect life, we must make sure that whatever statement we produce today is one that can resound through the generations and do that which we are called here to do, which is protect democracy, protect the value of human life, and protect the freedom to decide who we are and what we will do with the life we have been graciously given. That is what I have to say. And oddly enough, I think I've got less than 10 seconds. Madam Chair, you're doing a hell of a job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The final speaker on this resolution is Safa Pira. Welcome.
Safa Pira, 43 LD. When people break the law, we hold them responsible no matter who they are. This was a statement that was made yesterday at the convention to loud applause. This is who we are. We hold people responsible no matter who they are. That includes the Democratic rival, Donald Trump. It includes US allies, Israel and Netanyahu. The International Court of Justice has held that there is a plausible genocide being committed by Israel, and I use that word in a legal sense. They have also ordered immediate halt of the Rafah offensive. The International Criminal Court has a warrant out for Netanyahu, as well as others. The ICJ and the ICC are not perfect. However, they uphold the highest ideals of international humanitarian law. Laws that were instituted after the world had witnessed the horrors of the Holocaust and other crimes against humanity. There were laws that were instituted to protect civilians from the worst tendencies of military might. US laws, the Leahy Law, as well as the responsibility to protect, bolstered the US's commitment to these high values. The opponents' framing of this issue has led to the United States being a pariah on the international stage. I urge us to see these resolutions for what they are, a call to uphold the highest ideals of a just and peaceful world. I urge everyone to vote in support of all three resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers on Resolution 23, and something I probably should have said at the beginning. We say this often in our chambers. If I mispronounce anyone's name, it is an error of the tongue, not the heart. I apologize. All right, we move on now to Resolution number 27. Same thing. The topic is reaffirming a call for a ceasefire and restoring UNRWA. The motion would be to move the resolution from a do pass to a do not pass. First speaker is Susan Glickberg.
Susan Glicksberg from LD5, and I'm speaking to not pass Resolution 27. My reasons are that this resolution is one-sided and divisive and duplicates actions of the previous two resolutions. There are facts that we can all agree to. Hamas is a terrorist organization whose stated goal is the destruction of Israel and the Jewish people. Israel was attacked on October 7th, where men, women, and children were killed in horrific ways, and rape was perpetrated on women. Israel responded as any country would under such attack. A war is going on. Too many Palestinians have died. The Palestinian people are living in awful conditions, and Hamas has used the Palestinian people as human shields and have taken aid money to build tunnels and buy weapons. This resolution calls for refunding UNRWA. I do not support refunding UNRWA. They are a UN aid organization that provides needed aid to Palestinians, but doesn't recognize Hamas as a terrorist organization. You've heard that 12 UNRWA-funded teachers were found to have celebrated the October 7th attack. Those teachers were fired. However, UN Watch, an independent non-governmental organization that monitors the performance of the UN, found a chat of 3,000 UNRWA-funded teachers celebrating Hamas's terrorism. So, this resolution calls for the sign-on to H.R. 786, which does not call for the return of the hostages, which I haven't heard a word of here, which is a huge omission. This resolution is one-sided, blames Israel but not Hamas, requests unacceptable actions, and is dividing our party. If we don't listen to each other and create a resolution, we are no better than the MAGA Republicans. I urge you to not vote for this resolution.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councilmember Rami Al-Kabra. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Rami Al-Kabra, proud member of the Fighting First LD Democrats. Let's go. With liberty and justice for all, that's what we recited earlier today. And are we living the values we recited this morning during the Pledge of Allegiance? All human life is precious. The targeting of civilians, no matter their faith or ethnicity, is immoral and is in violation of international human law. 2/3 of those who have been killed by Israel are women and children. The ICC prosecutor, International Criminal Court, listed in his arrest warrant to Netanyahu and Gallant, the defense minister, that Israel is forcing famine and starvation of Palestinians in Gaza, especially affecting Palestinian children. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, is the primary UN agency providing humanitarian lifeline to Palestinians, which is mostly funded by the US and other UN member states. Unfortunately, the US has defunded UNRWA earlier this year, while the rest of the world has increased their funding. Most Democrats and majority of Americans are calling for a ceasefire. We have to end the violence, return all hostages, Israeli and Palestinian, and restore humanitarian aid to Gaza. Our elected leaders hold immense diplomatic power to prevent the further loss of Israeli and Palestinian lives. We have to call on our congressional delegation to sign on the ceasefire now, H.R. 76 resolution, co-sponsored by our Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. The state party already called for a ceasefire and restoration of UNRWA funding in January. We have to reaffirm and call publicly and assertively via press release. This war has affected everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Kaplan. Welcome.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is David Kaplan. I am a member of the 36th District.
Move closer to the mic.
And I will move closer to the mic so that I can be heard. All I can say, with love to my Palestinian brothers and sisters and all Democrats, is that love is love, evil is evil, Hamas is evil, much of what is happening in Gaza is evil. We have Resolution 22, which I think adequately and properly presents our point of view for justice. I view this resolution as piling on. I believe that UNRWA and Hamas have been working symbiotically, and that Hamas views UNRWA as an essential element of their control of Gaza. I would encourage us to vote for a resolution that reflects our values, which is Resolution 22, and get on with going out into the world and electing Democrats to public office. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker on Resolution 27 is Yazan Kader, or Kader. Please state your name. Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Yaz. My name is Yaz Kader. I'm from the 46th LD. I want to share a story about my grandparents. My grandparents used to live in a village north of Jerusalem called Lifta. My family owned land, had shops, and the village had a vibrant civic life. Palestinian Muslims, Christians, and Jews lived harmoniously. In 1948, our village was the victim of a massive catastrophe that spread across the historic land of Palestine, what we Palestinians call the Nakba. Armed colonial paramilitary forces displaced over 750,000 Palestinians and murdered tens of thousands. Just a few miles from our village in Deir Yassin, paramilitaries massacred over 100 men, women, and children. The paramilitaries came for our village next. I want you to imagine locking the front door to your home and thinking one day you will return. You lock the door, put the keys around your neck, and run for your life. My grandparents were never allowed to return home. Today in Gaza, the Nakba continues, funded with our taxpayer dollars, executed by weapons we've paid for. Does America's commitment to human rights have a limit? Is American commitment to justice and freedom only for some, or is it for all? If you believe in universal human rights, you must vote to support all three of these resolutions. All three of these resolutions mean a lot to the Palestinian people, the Jewish people behind me, the Christian people behind me. This is a multi-religious, multi-ethnic movement. If you believe that Palestinians are equal and their lives are worth saving, I ask you to vote with your hearts. Show the world and the country that the Washington State Democrats stand on the side of human rights and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Delegation Chair. Please go ahead. Why do you rise?
I rise to ask the question if these votes could be simplified such that we could vote for these resolutions or against these resolutions as opposed to the double negative language of overriding. My delegation feels that it's important to get these votes straight on such important issues.
Yes. The point of order is taken. We'll give you a response.
Don't quite run away, Katie. how I have it written on the ballot right now from prior is vote to uphold committee recommendation of do pass, vote to amend committee recommendation to do not pass. Is that clear enough?
I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Testing. Recognizing the delegation chair at the microphone. Why do you rise?
Is this on?
At least it didn't just happen to me.
Thank you. Yes, Mary of the 37th LD. I am speaking on behalf of Alex Stevens, one of our state committee members, and he texted me this message. In previous conventions, resolutions that have not been taken up that have been referred to the state central committee, I would move to do the same with all resolutions that we don't get to in the time remaining. So he's talking about the ones that are remaining after the Gaza resolutions have been resolved. Thank you.
Hello again. I'm going to interpret that as a point of order, asking the question whether a motion can be made to that effect right now, and it is not in order to make a motion to that effect at this moment. We are in the middle of debate on these resolutions, and so to move to supersede that is not in order at this time. We're going to pause for just a moment. Okay. A request has been made by the chair to take up these three items together. And that would mean that we vote one group on the three items relating to Gaza, and then the other items secondly. I would move in that direction without objection, unless there's an objection. There's an objection. Is there? With objection, we need a vote. Yeah? Okay. I'm going to go way off script. I'm going to scare my parliamentarian. I'm going to call for a voice vote. I can't do that. I can't do that. Sorry, half the room isn't here. It was a good idea. It was a good idea. How do we vote on this?
At this point, just move ahead.
Let's just keep going. Okay. We're going to move on instead in regular order to Resolution 46, which is a resolution regarding supporting the legalization of sex work. The motion is to move this from a do pass to a do not pass. There are 4 speakers on this item, and I will call on the first speaker, Easton Brenham.
Hi, everybody. I know this is a big switching of gears, but this is also really important. So we moved in the 7th to pull this resolution that calls for the legalization of sex work from pass to do not pass. And I want to explain why. We are absolutely in support of sex workers and sex workers' rights. So this is not a situation of feeling like we want to oppose sex workers or their rights. But the language itself is specific, and when you call for the legalization of an industry, you're calling for the legalization of pimping, brothel owners, third-party profiteers, buyers. And it's really important to recognize that it's often posed that if you support sex workers, you have to support that entire industry, and we don't. The other option is that we can support decriminalization of sex workers. We can support them wholeheartedly and remove stigma, but we don't have to bring capitalism into the equation, because the resolution says legalize it now, turn it over to the industry, and we'll figure out policies and procedures later. There's not a single policy that improves sex workers' lives or conditions included in the resolution to make the entire industry legal. So on that grounds, that's why it's pulled. It's about safety. And fundamentally, to say we're going to bring capitalism, bring the markets into control, and figure out the policies of safety later isn't going to help. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeffrey Robinson. Please go ahead.
I'm back, Madam Chair. All right, I'm running on no sleep. So I think that we need to pass this resolution. And setting aside the fact that I'm one of the people that had to engage in survival sex work in my early years in order to feed myself or die, setting aside the fact that Nevada has actually legalized sex work to a degree and it hasn't done what some are arguing this would do, I think that we have to start somewhere. We can keep having the same debate, but at the end of the day, nothing's going to get done if we don't start somewhere. And too many sex workers, especially sex workers in the queer community and sex workers of color, are being killed with no accountability, with the same horrifying stigmas attached. I get that there's a lot of fear that we could do this wrong, but we're not going to do anything if we don't start, and we don't start now. How many Sylvia Riveras are we going to allow to continue 40+ years later? I think we can do better. I really do. And I think that while this is not the perfect resolution, it is a starting point that we can build on at the next State Central Committee meeting and moving forward. I'm not willing to lose another life that we could, in theory, prevent. I'm sorry, I'd rather get started than do nothing at all. And that's me, and I don't know what else to say, so end of speech.
Thank you. The next speaker is Caitlin Cordell.
Hello. I'm here to share some of my concerns about the resolution to support the legalization of sex work. And to be clear, I also want to decriminalize people who sell sex. However, I don't believe that legalizing buyers, pimps, and brothels is a way to create more safety for sex workers. I've worked with youth and young adults who have sold sex and who have been sexually exploited. My work in Okanagan County as a community social worker has focused on serving young people experiencing poverty, homelessness, addiction, transphobia, homophobia, sexism, and racism. So when I think about what problems could arise with legalizing the sex industry, I'm keeping these young people in mind. I want to highlight these problems by talking through a scenario. The sex trade becomes legal and a brothel opens in in Okanagan County, one of the most resource-poor and economically depressed counties in the state. A young woman who experiences many of the barriers I mentioned earlier ends up working at the brothel at 18 because she has no other options. The brothel takes her wages and a percentage of her pay and makes requirements of the kinds of sex acts she has to perform because that is what that business can do. Tragically, and not surprisingly, she is sexually assaulted at that brothel. But the brothel does not side with her. She is seen as a commodity and a paying customer, and the priority goes towards the business and the customers. She goes to the police, but in my county, the police are severely under-resourced and often unhelpful and even harmful. So nothing happens, because nothing often happens for the victims of sexual assault. I don't see how legalization changes this. In my county, there are few paths for legal resources and almost no regulatory oversight. In resource-poor and rural communities like mine, legalization of the entire sex industry would not help.
Thank you. That is the last speaker on this item. So we're going to move back now to resolutions 19 and 20. Titled collectively, Nuclear Energy is Not the Answer. The motion is to change from a do pass recommendation to a do not pass recommendation. The first speaker is Roxanne Thayer. Welcome.
Hi, 34th Legislative District. I'm going to try and talk fast so people don't have to stay too long. I want to say that close to 1/4 of U.S. generating capacity is now large and small solar. At this rate, solar will surpass natural gas capacity by 2026. There isn't time for nuclear, and in addition to that, the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council recommendation on Justice 40, I'm quoting, must include taking bold action to sunset investment by 2030 in fossil fuels, plastics, dangerous chemicals, and nuclear energy to set requirements for 100% renewable electricity by 2030. We have solar, we have wind, we have geothermal that can get us to the climate targets we need in the time we have. Solar or nuclear cannot.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Lewinsky. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Dan Lewinsky, and I'm from the 10th LD. I urge you to vote no on this petition. Global warming caused by the burning of fossil fuels is the existential threat of our lifetimes. We're all in on the renewables, as many of the renewables as we can possibly get as fast as possible. But even in the best case scenarios, we need 4 times that amount of new clean energy by 2050. Nuclear is clean, whether determined by our EPA, the NIH, or the European Union's Economic Commission for Europe. The UN's International Panel on Climate Change does not oppose nuclear. In fact, in the IPCC's 2022 climate mitigation report calls for near doubling of nuclear in all pathways to net zero by 2050. And further notes, we've been falling behind with nuclear energy, essential to reach climate stabilization. That nuclear has favorably land use and ecological impacts to solar and wind, as well as human health benefits. To make up for shortfalls in clean energy, we're gambling on what Hoodwinked in the Hothouse calls, and I think aptly, a myth. The U.S. Congressional Budget Office, December 2023 report on carbon capture, an unproven technology that could cost the U.S. $1 trillion or more annually by 2050 so we can continue burning mainly natural gas. State scientists are still debating whether carbon capture is even feasible at the scale necessary. MIT Professor Charles Harvey says removing CO2 is one of the hardest and most expensive ways we could address climate change, far more difficult than simply emitting less carbon in the first place, and nuclear emits less carbon. The First Nation city of Iqaluit, Canada, population 8,000, has committed to replacing $100 million worth of diesel fuel that they burn.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Ann Udaloy. Welcome.
Hello again, Ann Udaloy, 1st LD. I urge you to support this resolution. We have many ways to address climate change. Nuclear should not be the basket that we put all our eggs in. And if by supporting nuclear energy, we're basically diverting our resources and our very, very precious time from solutions could actually implement in order to bring stable power generation to Washington State. That includes addressing storage and transmission issues that have been dogging us for years. We're not effectively using our renewables because of those. So I urge you to support this resolution, and out of respect for everybody in this room, thank you very much.
Thank you. Final speaker is Charles Lopresti.
Good afternoon. My name's Charles Lopresti. I'm from the 8th LD. I'm urging this body to vote no on this petition. The petitioners are rightly concerned about the nuclear power risk. I'm viewing this whole thing from a risk perspective. They're not considering other risks which cannot be solved by a moratorium on nuclear power. Our goal is to reduce greenhouse gases to get to a sustainable low carbon type of energy portfolio. We need a stable grid, power grid, because intermittent renewable energy is not easily handled without a steady baseload. Nuclear power is one way to get a stable baseload. We risk electrical power shortfalls as a result of increased demand, along with leading to brownouts and blackouts. We risk increasing heat waves, sea level rise, agricultural disruption from a warmer planet as a result of fossil fuel CO2-driven climate change. At the start, we maintain that we need to have all forms of low carbon power generation to meet these challenges. If we have a moratorium on nuclear energy, you'd have a moratorium also on developing new forms of nuclear energy, which are much better than the old forms. If we have a moratorium, we go backwards. We maintain that nuclear energy is as low carbon as wind energy, over a full life cycle. You can go to the minority reports and see charts about that.
Thank you, sir. All right, that concludes debate on the 6 resolutions that have been pulled for separate consideration. We are now going to move to a ballot, a single ballot. It's labeled resolutions to vote on each of the 6 that we just have spoken about. The ballot will be for 8 minutes and opens now. Hello, I see a delegate at the microphone. Please go ahead.
Hello, I just had a quick clarifying question. If the vote that we just took was the slate, or if there is another vote that we have to do after this to adopt the resolutions by acclamation.
Thank you for that question. There is one more vote that has to be done to accept the slate of resolutions that were not pulled. So this is just the 6 that were pulled that we just debated. There's still another vote to, we could do it by acclamation if people are willing to do it. Okay, we'll give it a try. We'll try acclamation after we're done with this ballot. Thank you for that question. Well,
we'll see. Maybe we'll luck out.
All right. Balloting has closed. We're just checking the totals. All right, I'm going to read out the results, starting with, oh, sorry, I see a point of order. Please go ahead, Delegation Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Liz Darrow from the 42nd. We have a member attending on Zoom who requests no vote by acclamation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yes. We tried, folks.
Easy to say when you're sitting at home.
Yeah. Okay, let's move to the results here, starting with, thank you, Resolution 19, which is the nuclear power is not the answer A. Votes to pass, and that means votes to uphold the committee recommendation of a do pass, 361. Votes to reject, which means vote to change the committee recommendation to do not pass, 373. So the committee recommendation is rejected. Resolution 20, changed?
Changed, not rejected.
I'm sorry, it says reject. It says changed. Resolution number 20, which is the second of the 2 nuclear power is not the answer resolutions, votes to pass, 353. Votes to reject, 381. So the recommendation of the committee is changed to do not pass. Resolution 22, immediate de-escalation. Votes to pass, 668. Votes to reject, 81. And the committee recommendation is not changed, and it does pass. Resolution 23, crisis in Gaza. Votes to pass, 469. Votes to reject, 276. So that vote also upholds the committee recommendation of do pass. Resolution 26, reaffirm call for a ceasefire. Votes to pass, 445. Votes to reject, 297. That vote also upholds the committee recommendation of do pass. And finally, Resolution 46 regarding legalization of sex work, votes to pass 379, votes to reject 360, and that also upholds the committee recommendation of do pass. Thank you. All right, now we move to a final vote of the day, folks. Thanks for hanging in. To approve the remainder of the resolutions committee report. Is that ballot ready? To approve the report as amended. Thank you. Is that ballot ready?
Are we going to try by acclamation first?
There was an objection to acclamation by somebody who's sitting in the comfort of their own home. I'm sorry, I apologize to that person. We have to have a little levity here at this time of day.
2 seconds. You can note for them it'll be reserve ballot 2.
Okay. When this is ready, sorry, order please. When this is ready, it will be reserve ballot 2, reserve ballot 2. Does anybody think we can do this in 4 minutes instead of 8?
We don't do the vote.
I'm sorry, that we're going to do a ballot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You know it's getting bad when you're starting to stress out your parliamentarian. So what do you want to really want? Ballots are now open. Please go ahead and vote. We're going to check in at 4 minutes, and if people need an extension, we'll give it. So we want the most important thing is that everybody votes, but we'll do it as quickly as we can. I see a delegation leader has risen. Please state your point.
The Thundering 36 would like to shout out to Isabella, the fabulous team who has put this together, and all of our incredible volunteers. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. That's technically out of order, but so are you. We'll let it go. Before we wrap up, I will say, since we're just starting to wrap, I want to thank everybody here today. That was those were the most challenging discussions that I saw since I've been here today, and everybody really kept focused on making the point they wanted to make and expressing our values as Democrats, and we did it really beautifully. It makes me proud to be one of you. Thank you.
should do is you say voting is now closed by an overwhelming majority, whatever the number is. I'll just leave the ballot open. So no.
All right. Balloting is now closed, and on the resolutions agenda as amended, the item passes with 95.6% of the vote. And our business for today is concluded, but allow me to hand the mic back over to our amazing chair, April Sims. Thank you all so much.
Well, big thank you to Councilmember Balducci for her successful and amazing navigation of that part of our work. One more time for our amazing temporary chair. And I think that this brings us close to the moment you all have been waiting for. Yes, yes. Before I turn this, I hear you. Before I turn this over to our amazing Chair Conrad, I would like to take a quick point of personal privilege. I want to tell you what an honor it has been to serve as your chair and to do this work with you all today. Listen, 3 days of work, over 1,000 delegates, over 1,000 platform amendments, 48 resolutions. That is no small thing. And it is only made possible because of some key folks. So I want to take a moment to thank our amazing chair, Shasti Conrad, for her leadership and her vision. I also want to shout out the staff team for all their work making this convention an event filled with joy and justice. No small feat, so a big shout out to the staff. Big ups to the committee members and the chairs for their leadership. Thank you to my temporary co-chairs for navigating today's discussion. A big thank you to the union AV specialists for their professionalism and hard work. And lastly, thank you to all of you for committing the last 3 days of your work, of your commitment and your leadership to help us get through this agenda and make this convention a success. It has been an honor to serve as your chair, and I'm going to turn this over to Shasti Conrad. Thank you.
All right, folks, I just wanted to say and echo all of the thank you. Thank you for staying and finishing this business. And with that, I want to say the business of the 2024 Washington State Democratic Convention is completed, and we are adjourned. Thank you so much, Democrats. We did it. Thank you. Get home safely, and we'll see you when we see you out on the campaign trail. Thank you. Good night.